confusing because it depends on when we deployed and responded to the breach that occurred. Obviously,
how many were under
federal agents?
Sure. Yeah, you're talking, and you and I both know what we're talking different things here, and please don't distract here because we're focusing on those who were there in an undercover capacity on January 6th. How many were there?
Again, I'm not sure that I can give you that number as I sit here. I'm not sure there were undercover agents on scene.
I find that kind of a remarkable statement, Director. At this point, you don't know whether there were undercover federal agents, FBI agents. I find that kind of a remarkable statement, or in the Capitol on January 6th.
I say that because I want to be very careful. There have been a number of court filings related to some of these topics, and I want to make sure that I stick within what's in.
I understand that, but I thought I heard you say you didn't know whether there were FBI agents or informants or human sources in the Capitol on January 6th. Did I misunderstand you? I thought that's what you said.
Well, I referred very specifically to undercover agents.
Yeah. And so are you acknowledging then there were undercover agents?
As I sit here right now, I do not believe there were undercover agents on scene.
Any
FBI agents.
Did you have any assets present that day in the crowd?
When it comes to what you're calling assets, or what we would call confidential human sources, sure. That's a place where, again, I want to be careful, much as I said in response to an earlier question. There are court filings that I think speak to this that I'm happy to make sure we get to you, assuming they're not under seal. And that can better answer the question than I can as I sit here right now.
In the same June 2021 committee hearing, you told us that the FISA court, quote, approved FBI procedures, minimization procedures, collection and procedures, querying procedures, did not find misconduct, close quote. That's what you said. Specifically, you said the FISC found no misconduct. Yet 3 months later, the Inspector General found widespread problems in FBI's FISA applications, raising serious questions about the FBI review process of applications, including hundreds of examples of noncompliance with Woods procedures, for example. And we know that from December 2020 to November 2021, the FBI conducted 3.4 million warrantless searches of U.S. data under FISA. 3.4 million, up nearly triple the amount of the previous year, and it got worse as you were telling us there was nothing to worry about. But now your reforms have produced about reduced it down to 119,000, over 200,000 total, but 119,000 discrete Americans. That just doesn't seem like you've accomplished much there if you have 119,000 illegal searches and queries under FISA. I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The House Judiciary Committee is responsible for helping to ensure the rule of law. Unfortunately, this chairman ignored a bipartisan congressional subpoena served upon him. The actions of this chairman have undermined the credibility of all congressional committees in seeking information from witnesses and have undermined the rule of law. Now, Director Wray, thank you for your public service and for the service of the brave FBI agents. I'm going to ask you a series of basic questions to get facts out to American people about our system of justice. Trump advisor Roger Stone was convicted in a federal court, correct?
That's my recollection.
Trump donor Elliot Brady was convicted in a federal court, correct?
Also my recollection.
The Attorney General at the time for those two convictions was Bill Barr. Which president nominated Bill Barr for Attorney General?
President Trump.
Trump's former lawyer, Michael Cohen, was convicted on 2 separate occasions in a federal court, correct?
I believe that's correct.
The Attorney General at the time for Cohen's second conviction was Matthew Whitaker. Which president appointed Matthew Whitaker as acting Attorney General?
President Trump.
Okay. Trump's former campaign chairman, Paul Manafort, was convicted in a federal court, correct?
Yes.
Trump's former deputy campaign manager, Mr. Gates, was convicted in a federal court, correct?
That's my recollection.
Trump's campaign foreign policy advisor, George Papadopoulos, was convicted in a federal court, correct?
Yes, I think, he pled guilty, yes.
The Attorney General at the time of those three cases was Jeff Sessions. Which president nominated Jeff Sessions for Attorney General?
President Trump.
You were the FBI director for all of those cases at the time. Which president nominated you?
President Trump.
Okay. What these facts show is we don't have a two-tiered system of justice. We have one Department of Justice that goes after criminals regardless of party ideology. All of these folks were convicted under the administrations of three separate Republican attorneys general. It is not the fault of the FBI that Donald Trump surrounded himself with criminals. Donald Trump brought that upon himself. Thank you to the FBI for exposing the cesspool of corruption of these Trump associates. Now, I'd like to talk about efforts by MAGA Republicans to defund the FBI. I think it'd be useful for the FBI to explain to American people what your missions are and how critical they are. So, again, a series of basic questions. The FBI's mission includes counterterrorism, correct?
Yes.
And that means the FBI works to stop terrorist attacks on American soil, right?
Yes.
Okay. The FBI's mission also includes counterintelligence, correct?
Yes.
And that means the FBI works to stop espionage of American companies and organizations. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. The FBI's mission includes stopping cybercrime, right?
Correct.
The FBI's mission includes stopping public corruption, right?
Correct.
The FBI's mission includes stopping weapons of mass destruction from being detonated on American soil, right?
Yes, we work with others on it, but yes.
The FBI's mission includes going after organized crime, right?
Yes.
You go after violent crime, correct?
Yes.
You also go after white-collar crime, right?
Yes.
The FBI's mission also includes going after child sex trafficking, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Republican members of their caucus, including members on this committee, have asked to defund the FBI. One member of this committee from Arizona wrote that the FBI, quote, should be defunded and dismantled. What would happen if the FBI was defunded and dismantled?
We would have hundreds more violent criminals out on the street, dozens more violent gangs terrorizing communities, hundreds more child predators on the loose, hundreds more kids left at those predators' mercy instead of being rescued, scores of threats from the Chinese Communist Party being left unaddressed, hundreds of ransomware attacks left unmitigated, terrorist attacks, both jihadist-inspired and domestic violent extremists, not prevented, that would succeed against Americans. Single seizures of fentanyl. It is not uncommon right now for a single FBI office in a single operation to seize enough fentanyl to wipe out an entire state. So many, 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 many more of those lethal doses would be sweeping the country. We have close to 400, I think it is somewhere between 300 and 400 investigations into the leadership of the cartels trafficking that fentanyl. So you would have a significantly greater threat from the southwest border from the cartels. So those are just a few things that would happen. Ultimately, the people most hurt by some ill-conceived effort to defund our agency, the people most hurt are the American people that live in every district represented on this committee.
Thank you, Director Ray, FBI agents, for protecting
expired.
Americans.
Gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley's recognized.
Good morning, Director Ray. I'd like to take you back to 2021. In many parts of the country, schools remained closed month after month for no good reason. Once schools did nominally open, many instituted draconian testing and quarantine regimes, such as one student is possibly exposed to COVID, everyone goes home for the week. Children as young as toddlers were subjected to harmful mask mandates that defied international norms. The way some students were treated truly shocks the conscience. Just consider a few examples from my own state of California. A school district in Davis sent an email to parents announcing that their children will be required to eat outside in the rain to reduce exposure to COVID. A school in Sonoma County made young children chew with their masks on, explaining this was to minimize the time spent unmasked. Some schools in Los Angeles limited students to one bathroom break per day and barred them from drinking water outside of the lunch period. A school in the San Ramon Valley made students eat lunch on the ground. In October of that year, the American Academy of Pediatrics would declare a national state of emergency in children's mental health, citing dramatic increases in emergency department visits for all mental health emergencies, including suspected suicide attempts. In the face of this, Director, the Biden administration decided to take action. It mobilized the sweeping powers of federal law enforcement. But it wasn't to spare kids from such cruelty. Rather, it was to target the parents who were speaking out against it. The administration coordinated with the National School Board Association on a letter that began with the alarming claim America's public schools and its education leaders are under an immediate threat. The letter cited a handful of news stories, almost all of which involved purely expressive activity by parents at school board meetings, and called such activity a form of domestic terrorism. The letter called for the full counterterrorism and law enforcement powers of the federal government, including authority granted under the Patriot Act, to be mobilized to investigate, intercept, and prevent such activity. The Biden administration was ready to take this letter and run with it the moment it was received. After all, administration officials had participated in its drafting. Within 5 days of receiving it, Attorney General Merrick Garland fired off his infamous memo directing federal action in response to a, quote, disturbing spike in harassment, intimidation, and threats of violence against school administrators, board members, teachers, and staff. In response, the FBI opened 25 assessments against parents and even created a new threat tag. Director Wray, did Attorney General Garland consult with you or the FBI before issuing that memorandum?
I can't get into discussions that did, or maybe more importantly, did not happen between the FBI and the department in advance of the...
Why do you say more importantly did not?
Well, because I will say to you the same thing that I said to all 56 of our field offices as soon as I read the memo, which is that the FBI is not in the business of investigating or policing speech at school board meetings or anywhere else for that matter, and we're not going to start now. Now, violence... Threats of violence, that's a different matter. We're going to work with our state and
so
local
that's what the
partners
memo
on
was
that.
predicated on. And what I'm asking you, was there any evidence that you provided to Attorney General Garland that supported that predicate, that premise that there was an increase in harassment and threats of violence?
I'm not aware of any such evidence, but I know that we've had a number of our folks who have been up here for transcribed interviews. So unless some of them shared it, I'm not aware of any.
Well, actually, what they've shared with us points to just the opposite. You had, for example, a letter from Christopher Dunham, acting assistant director in March of this year, where the FBI acknowledged that it has not observed an uptick of threats directed at school officials since it began tracking the data. Does that sound accurate to you?
Yes, sir.
And is it also true that according to the FBI itself, none of the school board-related investigations have resulted in federal arrests or charges?
I think that's correct. I think of the 25, and for context, that's 25 tips.
I'm sorry, I have limited
guardians.
time, so
Yeah.
if that's correct, I'd like to move on. This committee's investigation concluded that the Justice Department's own documents demonstrate that there was no compelling nationwide law enforcement justification for the Attorney General's directive. Do you have any reason to dispute that conclusion?
No.
So we had an investigation of parents. We had a sweeping mobilization of federal power against the most protected core First Amendment activity, the right of citizens to speak and petition their government on the most important of issues, the education of their children. And you are telling me that the entire basis for that, there was no evidence to support it.
Well, I want to be clear. We, the FBI, as I said, were not and did not investigate people for exercising.
Should Attorney General Garland
rights.
rescind the memo?
I'm sorry?
Should Attorney General Garland rescind that memo?
Oh, that's a question for the Attorney General.
Do you believe he should?
Again, that's a question for the Attorney General.
Do you believe that the Attorney General should apologize to parents who are the subject of that memorandum?
I'm not going to speak to that.
Will you apologize for the FBI's own role?
I think the FBI conducted itself the way it should here, which is that we've continued to follow our longstanding rules and have not changed anything in response to that memo.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Wray, thank you so much for being with us. Thank you for your service to the country. I do want to focus on some areas of concern around American civil liberties that I have had long-standing concerns about. In testimony to Senate Intelligence in March, you stated that the FBI had previously purchased commercial database information that includes location data derived from internet advertising, but that to your knowledge, the FBI does not currently purchase data. But just last month, the ODNI declassified a report revealing that the FBI and other agencies do purchase significant amounts of commercially available information about Americans from data brokers. And the report notes that commercially available information, quote, has increasingly important risks and implications for U.S. persons' privacy and civil liberties, as commercially available information can reveal sensitive and intimate information about individuals. It is public information that the FBI uses Babel Street and Ventel and has a Lexus account. All of these companies provide data for purchase. Can you tell me how the FBI uses that data?
Respectfully, this is a topic that gets very involved to explain, and so what I would prefer to do is have our subject matter experts come back up and brief you, and they can answer your questions in detail about it, because there's a lot of confusion that can be unintentionally caused about this topic.
But does the FBI purchase data?
My testimony that you referred to before remains the same, and the story about the ODNI report doesn't change that. But again, there's a lot of precision and technical dimensions to this.
Well, I do appreciate that, but I'm looking at a report that is from the Office of the Director of National Intelligence saying that the FBI purchases data. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter this into the record.
Objection.
Do you know if the contracts with data brokers, like the ones I described, provide location data?
My testimony about purchasing commercial database information that includes location data derived from internet advertising remains the same, which is that we currently do not do that.
But the information that you have that has already been purchased, does it contain location information?
Again, I'm not trying to be obtuse or difficult here. I just know from experience that the more you drill into this whole issue of commercial data, geolocation data, et cetera, that it gets very involved. In some cases, it involves pilot projects that are in the past. In some cases, it involves national
Director
security
Wray,
information, et cetera.
do
So I just want to make sure that we get you the information you need.
Okay, that's great. I will take that, but I do want to say that this is just an extremely important issue for the American people to understand how their data is being used. That is location data, that is biometric information, it's medical and mental health information, it's information related to individuals' communications, it's information about people's internet activity, and while I understand that that's complicated, that is the reason that you come before us, so that the American people can hear this. Let me ask you this. Does the FBI have a written policy outlining how it can purchase and use commercially available information?
There are a number of policies that bear on this topic. Again, that could be part of the same briefing that we're happy to provide. I don't dispute at all that this is an important topic. I'm simply saying that precisely because it's such an important topic, that a minute and 12 seconds counting down is not the best way for me to
I understand that,
explain it, that's all.
but I'm asking whether there is a policy. It sounds like there is a policy. When was that policy last updated?
That I can't, as I sit here right now, I don't have the answer for you on that. But again, there are a number of policies that are relevant to this, and so that may affect the...
And you'll commit to providing those to us so that we can explore them together.
I would commit to providing you a briefing that will provide hopefully very helpful information to help you understand better this whole topic.
What about a written policy governing how commercially available information can be used in criminal investigations?
I think it's all wrapped up in the same answer I just gave.
I mean, the reason that this is so important is because the question is whether the FBI uses that data to generate leads for investigations only or further along in the investigative process. There's public reporting on DHS contracts with the same data brokers that I mentioned earlier, totaling millions of taxpayer dollars. And as you know, in the 2018 Supreme Court decision in Carpenter versus the United States, the court held that it is a violation of the Fourth Amendment for the government to access historical location data without a warrant. Does the FBI have a written policy interpreting the Supreme Court's decision in Carpenter?
If I recall correctly, there was guidance, I can't remember if it's a policy or what, that came out after the Carpenter decision. But again, I think that'll be encompassed in the briefing that we're talking about.
Well, I'm going to follow up with you. I want to thank you again for your service. This is a critically important issue for the American people to understand. We have bipartisan support around FISA reauthorization and the concerns we have around FISA reauthorization. And unless we really understand what measures the FBI is taking to ensure that people's privacy is protected, I think it's going to be a very difficult reauthorization process. I'm sure you know that. Thank you, Director Wray. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back, and I would just say, well said. Appreciate your work with colleagues, bipartisan area and bipartisan approach in this area, and you have friends over here who want to help you on that. We now go to the gentleman from. I know, Director Wray, if we can go just a couple more, then we'll take a little break. If that works for the director, a couple more on each side, then we can take a break. Okay. I think. Okay. All right, we'll go. I think it's Mr. Morris is up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Wray, thank you for being here today. In 2022, you testified before the Senate Judiciary Committee and stated, quote, "I condemn in the strongest possible terms any prospect of retaliation against whistleblowers," end quote. Do you still agree with that statement?
Yes.
Do you feel that your actions as the FBI leadership during your tenure live up to that sentiment?
Yes.
Director Wray, a few months ago, we heard from, are you familiar with a Special Agent Garrett O'Boyle?
I'm familiar with the name.
After Mr. O'Boyle came to Congress and blew the whistle on the misconduct at the Bureau, his clearance was unsurprisingly suspended. Did that surprise you? Do you find that suspicious?
I can't discuss a specific security clearance matter, partly because the security clearance determinations are made by ODNI, directed by the security clearance manager, which is not the FBI director. And I don't want to insert myself into the process while appeals are pending, for example.
Well, as a leader, I think it's important. We need to have the opportunity, and you know by law they have the opportunity to be whistleblowers and talk to Congress and inform us on issues. And I think to restore trust in the FBI, it's imperative on you to allow whistleblowers to come forward. And for us to have the oversight we need to have to make sure, I mean, we're seeing the polling numbers. The FBI is tanking, and it's under your watch, sir. And it concerns me for the American people. When I'm in the district, the number one concern, and I come from a fairly rural district, is weaponization of the FBI and the DOJ coming after conservative American citizens who just simply want to have a voice in the process. And so I would encourage you, Mr. O'Boyle, I understand he has been suspended since September of 23, almost 10 months now, 2022. He was suspended in 2022. So almost a year now, the man's trying to go without a paycheck. I don't know, could you make it 10 months without a paycheck, Mr. Ray?
I prefer not
According
to
to
have
what,
to.
yeah, well, you talk about your wife not being real happy, but yeah, taking a pay cut. Well, can you imagine 10 months later, and you're still going through a process for just a whistleblower coming to the Congress and trying to inform us on issues he sees within the FBI? I think we could help you in the process if you would allow us. But in some ways, we have to look at this whistleblower and other whistleblowers and encourage them to come forward and be truthful with the American people. Two real quick questions. Why would the FBI offer Christopher Steele $1 million to verify a dossier about Trump-Russian collusion, and then the same FBI offer $3 million to Twitter to squash a story on the Hunter Biden laptop? Do you have any idea why a law enforcement agency would be playing into elections?
Well, you raised a number of different issues there. So first, as to the Steele dossier, that, of course, is a subject treated at great length in the Durham report, which and again, predates my time as director.
I understand that, but it was the same agency paying $1 million to push one story out or try to collaborate one story, and $3 million to quiet another story for political opponents. I don't quite understand.
And then I would, as to the second part related to Twitter, I would disagree with your characterization respectfully. When there are payments to social media companies, that is by longstanding federal law going back, I think, about 4 decades, where we have to pay companies for their costs in responding to legal process. And it's not just social media companies, it's other kinds of businesses as well.
Well, when those stories get out, and you understand, and certainly the dossier story, and I know that wasn't under your watch, but also the Hunter Biden laptop story, that, to me, looks political. To the American people, it looks political. And I'm just an everyday guy. I'm not an attorney, Mr. Ray, just an everyday guy. But to me, it looks extremely political, and that is why you're having trouble keeping the FBI's reputation afloat. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to yield the balance of my time, but I want to enter one thing to the record, Mr. Chairman.
Can you do that after we just yield, then we'll enter it in the record afterwards?
Sure.
Director Wray, did the FBI ask financial institutions to turn over their customers? You yield the time to me. Did the FBI ask financial institutions to turn over their customers' debit and credit card purchase history in the Washington, D.C. area for January 5th and 6th, 2021?
I don't know the answer to that as I sit here right now.
Well, we do, because Bank of America gave us this email from the FBI to Bank of America.
Well, I am aware that Bank of America provided information to the FBI, but what communications occurred between the FBI and Bank of America about it?
Let's read it. To recap our morning call, we are prepared to action the following threshold. Customers transacting debit card, credit card, Washington, D.C. purchases between 1/5/21, 1/6/21. That's scary enough. But then the next bullet point's even more scary. Any historical, capital letters, all capitals, any historical purchase of a firearm. You guys asked financial institutions, at least Bank of America, we think more. Did you guys ask him?
Again, I don't have the full sequence of the back and forth. You've got one, looks like you've got one email that I haven't seen before here. So I don't know that I have the full exchange that this
Well, does this email
part of.
trouble you as much as it does members of the Judiciary Committee? That the FBI is asking for every single, I mean, we had members of Congress here that week, first time they're getting sworn in as a new member of Congress, their family in town, and you're sweeping, and they may happen to be a customer of Bank of America, and you're sweeping up every debit and credit card purchase of their family who were in town that week because their husband or their dad or their mom is getting sworn in as a new member of Congress? And then you're also saying, overlaying that information with, did this person buy a firearm?
And the question is?
I'm just nervous about that. Are you nervous about that?
As I think I've testified before, my understanding is that our engagement with Bank of America was fully lawful, but that we recalled the leads that were cut to field
Well, if it's
offices.
lawful, that was my next point. If it's lawful, why did you say we're not going to use these leads? That's what Mr. Jensen testified to when we deposed him, the director of the terrorism unit at the FBI. That's what he testified to. Why did you not use the leads if it was lawful to get the information?
Well, there are
Chairman,
plenty
it's
of,
1 minute and 18 seconds over time.
there are plenty of times where there are things that we lawfully can do, but that we decide is better that we not do. And I think that's what happened.
The idea
there.
that Mr. Massey said earlier, the idea that this is lawful, that you can ask this is scary. This is something else we're going to have to change. With that, I would yield to the gentlelady recognize the gentlelady from, we got a unanimous consent request from Mr. Moore.
Mr. Chairman, yes, the Wall Street Journal article I'd like to enter into the record says Republicans eye sweet home for new FBI headquarters in Alabama.
All right, without objection, the chair now recognizes the gentlelady for Texas for 5 minutes, and then we'll take a break, Director.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Director Wray, for your presence here. Thank you to the men and women of the FBI in particular for the work that you've done on gun violence and as well the work that you've done in keeping Americans safe. Let me very quickly move on some issues that have been made a chief part of the work of our friends on the other side of the aisle. Republican members of this committee have spent much time of this Congress claiming that various aspects of the U.S. government have been weaponized against the American people. Director Wray, are you or your staff or auxiliaries weaponizing the FBI against the American people?
Absolutely not.
Thank you very much. Let me thank you as well for your civil rights work and emphasize that in addition, there have been representations that the FBI exaggerates domestic terrorism reports or data. Certainly, January 6th had its many different storytellers, but that was an act of domestic terrorism. I don't know how you could have exaggerated that as evidenced by the special congressional committee we had. But let's just think of domestic terrorism as it relates to the good men and women of our law enforcement. Take an example in February 2020 in Texas, where a white supremacist was engaged in conspiracy involving swatting, a harassment tactic, and all of the emergency services showed up over and over again. Does domestic terrorism impact negatively and dangerously on America's law enforcement and first responders?
Absolutely, and sometimes law enforcement are themselves the intended victims or targets of domestic violent extremism.
Though you have good, committed individuals, does the critique is legitimate? That's our job. But does the constant condemnation impact on morale of FBI personnel or those trying to join the FBI?
Well, look, our people are human beings, and nobody likes to see the organization they've dedicated their careers, really their lives to, unfairly criticized. But I will tell you, as I said in my opening statement, that the good news is our people are also tough and resilient. Our attrition is in the low single digits and would be the envy of almost any employer, and our recruiting, unlike what's happening in law enforcement more generally, is actually up very significantly.
Thank you, and I look forward to it being diverse. Let me start with our whistleblower journey here. Are you familiar with FBI Special Agents Kyle Serapin?
I'm familiar with the name.
Is that yes?
I'm familiar with the name.
Yeah. The committee heard testimony that Mr. Serapin was suspended after he mishandled his service weapon and then said he wanted to use 2 female FBI executives as shooting targets. That was testimony of Jennifer Moore, HR under Human Resources under oath from the FBI. Mr. Serapin describes himself as a congressional whistleblower, but committee Republicans will not tell us whether he has been in contact with them. Are you familiar with former FBI agents Garrett O'Boyle and Marcus Allen?
Again, I'm familiar with the names.
Thank you. O'Boyle was suspended for accessing information about an ongoing case and then leaking to the press, and Allen was suspended for interfering in the investigation of a January 6th suspect. Both Allen and O'Boyle testified before the Weaponization Committee in May. Were you aware of that?
Yes, ma'am.
I think they are clearly there for all friends and family to see. I assume they wanted to be seen. Do you know who Kash Patel is, if you know?
Yes, I know who he is.
He's an aide to President Trump, isn't he? Or was an aide? Or is an aide to President Trump?
Well, he was an individual who served in a number of different roles, both up here on the Hill and in the executive branch.
Thank you. Here's another picture. It's the checks that Serapin sent to both O'Boyle and Allen. Each check was for $255,194. Let me say that again. These men were paid $255,194 after they testified as so-called whistleblowers. And it should be noted that it says here, as it says, for holding the line. Director, at the time that Serapin and Patel gave Garrett O'Boyle and Marcus Allen these checks, do you happen to know if they were still employees of the FBI?
I can't speak to that. I don't know the answer.
If they were, 5 CFR 2635, and I'd appreciate if we could get an answer in writing after you go back, whether they were or not, prohibits FBI employees from accepting cash gifts, doesn't it?
Well, there are a whole number of rules that would apply to this. Again, I don't want to weigh in on a specific person.
But if they were, that rule applies about cash gifts.
I'm not aware of a situation in which they could
No,
appropriately
but just-
accept
just
cash
generally,
gifts.
Just generally, if that applies to FBI agents about not taking cash gifts, is that correct?
There are definitely rules that apply to special agents
Thank you,
accepting
Mr.
cash gifts.
Let me just finish this. Can you explain why an FBI agent should not receive cash? But let me move to one that I think is extremely important. Mr. Chairman, just a moment. And here is what I think is most interesting piece of this whole puzzle. O'Boyle and Allen are represented by an outfit called Empower Oversight.
Time's
Empower
expired.
Oversight is run by former Republican staffers. Do you know who else Empower Oversight might represent in any way?
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
Let me just
Gentlelady's time's
conclude.
expired.
Thank you so very much.
Respond.
Thank you. The so-called IRS whistleblower who Jim Jordan had relied upon. But does anyone need any further proof that these allegations are ginned up, corrupt political stunts advanced by those who don't want to see us follow the law? Finally, Mr. Chairman, here's another person who wants to join you on the 702, but the FBI has begun major reforms, and I think we should recognize that. You've been very kind. I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields back. I would just point out, my guess is they got the money because they wanted the money because they were trying to feed their family.
They actually haven't received the money. I have unanimous consent request, Mr. Chairman, of a tweet Matthew Foldy put out here during this hearing. Right off the bat, Jerry Nadler lies about whistleblower getting $250,000. He says here, Marcus Allen has not received $250,000. He has not received or cashed the check that Kyle Seraphin posted online. Enter that in the record.
Into the record, the committee will take a 5-minute recess, 5 minutes, then we'll come back.
and she told me I needed to have the $250 for the application fee, and I think there was another fee up front. I haven't had the extra money to be able to spend on it until here recently. Then I didn't realize how close it was to the court date. And so I assumed I had to come here to talk to you.
Well, that's a good choice to be here because you'd have been in trouble if you hadn't. So,
Yes.
Mr. Regier, if he thinks he can get this all squared away by September 27, would the state object to him continuing it to proceed with diversion?
Well, Your Honor, going back to the notes, it looks like this defendant did qualify for diversion, at least as of March of last year. To the defendant's credit, what he appears to be alleging today does comport with my understanding of the case. So that being said, at this point, I don't believe the state would have any objection to any continuance, but with the understanding that I will be reviewing the matter closely if this case is not progressing by the next hearing.
So, Mr. Shepherd, will that help you if we set this over to September 27 at 9?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that's what we'll do, and hopefully things will look up for you and you can get that all squared away and not have to even be back here September 27th at 9. But unless the county attorney tells you otherwise, they'll be here. Better to be here and be safe, right?
I will.
All right, okay, thank you, sir. You're excused at this time.
All right.
All right, you may go, and it looks like I have Mikhail back with us, so I can see Mikhail. Do you want to unmute so I can hear you?
Can you hear me?
I can. We're in business. Very good. Just need to call your case back up here. We are on the record in 2023 TR 1856, State of Kansas versus Mikhail Tilton McFerrin. The state by County Attorney Jeff Regier, Mr. McFerrin in person and pro se. Sir, you're here on one count, driving while suspended, a Class B non-person misdemeanor. The penalties, if convicted, could be a $100 fine up to $1,000 and a potential jail sentence up to 6 months. Now, did you want to look into the diversion that you've been hearing about through others' hearings today?
Yeah, I think so, because I already got my license reinstated and I already got that back. I did that like a week after I got out. So I've had it for a couple months now. So I think, yeah, I'm going to do the diversion.
All right, any reason, Mr. Regier, you see that would disqualify him so far?
Your Honor, I don't have any notes from the diversion coordinator one way or the other.
Okay.
Certainly, if he wants to initiate that process, that it would probably behoove him to start that as soon as possible.
Got you.
I'll set this over to that September 27th, 9 a.m. date. But call today and get started on that diversion, so it'll all be finished by September 27 at 9.
Okay, who do I need to call again?
It's the county attorney, the Butler County Attorney, at 316 321 6999.
6999. Okay.
Yes. All right. Get that started, get it finished, and
And you said what day again?
September 27.
September 27th. Okay. Will I get a thing in the mail for that? Or do I need a call to get the other ID again?
Well, if Missy has your.
It will be the same ID.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Anything further, Mr. Regier?
I don't believe so, Your Honor. It looks like this defendant may have already executed a bond in this case, 500 cash. I'm assuming the court is continuing him under the same.
Yes, that'd be fine. All right. Just keep working on that, Mr. McFerrin, on that diversion, and you can go at this time.
All right. Thanks. Have a good one.
You too. Bye-bye. We are in recess. Mr. Regier, I am really troubled by the number of no-shows today. I don't know if they've ever had such a docket, but let's start whittling through them. Is Glover the first on your list?
Your Honor, I am showing a case before that, 22 TR 3210. I give my pronunciation, Dicus Sulzman. However, if the whatever order the court wishes to proceed, I'll be happy to pull the files.
Let's start with that one because I just didn't see it, but I do now. We're on the record in 2022 TR 3210, State of Kansas versus Justice Alan Dicus Sulzman. Jared Regier for the state, defendant failing to appear. Looks like on December 21st, 22, a $1,000 cash or surety bond was set. Apparently he was picked up on that, and April 12th, he was going to apply for diversion, so we set this over to today. Recommendations?
Well, Your Honor, it looks like that there was a bond previously executed in this case, 1,000 professional surety. It looks like it was set for that April 12th date. My understanding is that the defendant did appear at that hearing and had indicated at least some degree of intent to seek diversion. Looks like he did speak with the diversion coordinator that same day, but expressed certain reservations. The fact that he does not appear today does cause the state some considerable concern. But on forfeiture bench warrant, 2,000 cash or surety.
That will be the order of the court. Bond forfeiture, bench warrant, bond set at 2,000 cash or surety.
I believe there's only an infraction left on this case.
Oh,
We'll
The
come
misdemeanor
back
has
to
been
order.
dismissed.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein.
Your Honor, I
Thank you,
would.
Mr. Chairman. Director Ray, thank you for being here. Since we last spoke in appropriations on April 27th, Special Counsel John Durham delivered his report detailing intelligence activities and investigations arising out of the 2016 presidential campaign. When Mr. Durham presented here at the committee, I asked him these questions. He was able to answer me in yes or no answers. I'd ask you to do the same. Did the FBI have an adequate basis on which to launch Crossfire Hurricane?
My understanding is that Mr. Durham found that it did not have a proper basis to elevate it to a full investigation, but that he thought it was an assessment or a preliminary inquiry was appropriate.
Did the FBI fail to examine all available exculpatory evidence?
I think, well, do you say to examine it? Certainly, I think there were failures, significant failures, with respect to exculpatory information.
Did the FBI interview all key witnesses in Crossfire Hurricane?
I think Mr. Durham, found that they did not.
Did the FBI abuse its authority under the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act?
Well, certainly there were violations that were totally unacceptable, and in my view, cannot be allowed to happen again.
As noted in the report, Crossfire Hurricane investigators had hoped the returns on the Carter Page FISA application would, quote, self-corroborate. Do FBI or DOJ guidelines permit investigators to submit uncorroborated allegations in a FISA application in the hopes that the returns will self-corroborate?
I've never heard of that concept.
Okay. Is Crossfire Hurricane the only time the FBI has violated the procedures for the FISA process?
Well, there are a lot of different procedures, but that's certainly not the only compliance incidents that we've had with respect to FISA.
Director, as I expressed to you upstairs, the American people are outraged, and just this week I had at a town hall constituents expressing outrage about the actions of those within your agency who have damaged the FBI's reputation and undermined the good work of the vast majority of hardworking men and women within your agency. But going down the list, you have the Biden family investigations, you have the anti-Catholic memo. By the way, you mentioned 5 individuals who contributed to the anti-Catholic memo in the Richmond field office. Are they still employed by the FBI?
I don't think I mentioned any specific individuals. I did say that this was a product by a single field office that we took action on immediately, and we have an inspection that's underway right now that's looking at how this happened and how we make sure it doesn't happen again.
So it's still possible that individuals will be fired as a result of your review?
Well, I don't want to predetermine or forecast where the review will go. We're going to look at everything from exactly how it happened and what went wrong, and then if there are appropriate steps to be taken, we will take whatever the appropriate steps are.
Okay, you have the violence against pro-life clinics, you have the investigation of parents speaking at school board meetings, you have the collusion with big tech. The FISA abuses of Section 702 is where I want to focus right now. As you know, Section 702 authorizes warrantless surveillance. It's supposed to be targeted toward foreigners abroad, but the surveillance sweeps in a large amount of Americans' communications, and the FBI routinely runs searches of Section 702 data looking for phone calls, emails, text messages of Americans, so-called backdoor searches. Depending on the year, FBI has conducted anywhere from 3.4 million in 2021 to 200,000 in 2022. Given this fact, do you honestly think it's fair to continue describing Section 702 as an authority targeted only at foreigners abroad?
I do.
It looks like a framework that enables the FBI to spy on countless Americans. Would you agree with that assessment?
Well, I can't speak to what it looks like to certain people. I can tell you that it is an authority focused on foreigners overseas in the context of national security investigations. I would add to that the FBI's piece of that, the FBI only accesses, so everything we're talking about FBI related only goes to about 3% of the entire 702 collection. And then within that 3%, this is important now.
Okay, I have 30
It's important that
seconds,
people understand this. The FBI ends up only accessing content in like 1.5% of that. So
I
a
understand.
little context is appropriate.
Well, if you're conducting hundreds of thousands or even just hundreds of warrantless searches of Section 702 data for Americans' communications, it's clearly a domestic surveillance tool. And I would argue that I believe it does pose a real problem within the FBI's conduct toward Americans. And I speak for many when I say I think it poses a real problem for the reauthorization of FISA authority for your organization. So with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director Wray, for being here. I am troubled by many of the statements and questions we've heard today that embrace conspiracy theories and disinformation. And with these comments, it appears that some of my colleagues are trying to sow division and score political points rather than conduct legitimate oversight of the actual actions and policies of the FBI. I, like many Americans, would rather Congress focus on doing the people's business and ensuring that the FBI is able to do its job and do it well within the bounds of our Constitution and laws. Now, one of the most serious issues facing American communities now is drug abuse, particularly opioids and fentanyl. And in your opening remarks, you mentioned the arrest of 31 U.S. citizens in Northeast Ohio just a couple weeks ago, most hailing from Marion, for drug trafficking. Can you just take a minute, because I have some other questions, to describe what the FBI is doing to end the scourge of fentanyl and what additional tools you might need from Congress?
So the FBI is attacking the scourge of fentanyl coming from the southwest border in particular in a variety of ways. One, we are using our organized crime task forces to target the supply, the cartels in particular. Two, we're using our Safe Streets task forces to go after the gangs that are principally responsible, violent gangs, for distributing a lot of this all over our streets. Third, we're targeting provider abuse, prescription, pill mills and things like that through our healthcare fraud authorities. Fourth, we have something called J-Code, which focuses on the trafficking of fentanyl on the dark web, which is a real problem, and we've had a number of very significant takedowns there. We're also doing things like engaging in outreach, raising awareness. We put out a video called Chasing the Dragon with DEA that has been showed at a lot of schools around the country. We're trying to work with the health community. So there's a lot of things that we're doing, but this is it's an epidemic. Mm-hmm. I don't think that's an overstatement, and it's something that requires all hands on deck.
Okay, and if there are things you think Congress can help you with, please submit that to us afterwards. Another major threat to our nation is domestic terrorism, and that's something you've spoken about repeatedly. Like many Americans, I find it unpatriotic and dangerous when members of Congress embrace dangerous conspiracy theories that undermine our federal law enforcement and ultimately our democracy. And I find it disingenuous for members of Congress to harangue the head of the FBI about people losing faith in the FBI when those same members have been trumpeting lies and conspiracy theories about the agency for months. Words matter, they have consequences. And when leaders lie or embrace disinformation, that's dangerous. In recent years, we've seen increasing threats and violence levied against public servants at all levels, including journalists, elected officials, election workers, doctors, nurses, school officials, teachers, librarians, and more. And what these public servants have in common is they became targets for threats and violence when they had the guts to stand up to lies and conspiracy theories promulgated by the former president and his allies. We've seen MAGA extremists, Fox News pundits, Russian internet trolls, and elected officials parrot conspiracy theories and use heated language to convince the American public without facts that dedicated public servants are dangerous enemies who should be feared. Most Americans understand that this is not legitimate political discourse and that this kind of overheated and fact-free rhetoric can in fact encourage political violence. It's not normal and it should not be part of American public life. So, Director Wray, you've repeatedly testified about the serious threat that domestic violence extremists present to Americans. And these are people who commit violent and criminal acts in furtherance of social or political goals, whether racial and ethnic motivation or anti-government motivation. Can you talk about the role that mistrust in government and disinformation and conspiracy theories play in the radicalization and recruitment of extremists?
Well, certainly there's a whole host of misconceptions that are out there about any number of institutions, whether it's law enforcement, whether it's the Supreme Court, or whether it's any number of other institutions, that in the environment that we're in, where there are people who increasingly channel their rage into violence, that causes a problem. You know, there is a right way under the First Amendment to express what you're angry about and who you're angry with, and we take that very seriously and view as part of our mission, not just to protect the American people, but to uphold the Constitution. But when those views are then turned into violence and threats of violence, then we got a problem, and then I think the FBI has to act.
Thank you. I see my time has expired, but I would seek unanimous consent to introduce into the record a press release from the U.S. Attorney's Office of the Northern District of Ohio entitled 31 Individuals Involved in a Drug Trafficking Organization in Marion County and Lorain County Indicted.
Without objection. Chair
Thank you.
recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you. Mr. Director, when we abandoned Afghanistan, we released about 5,000 terrorists from the Parowan detention facility. One of those terrorists showed up at Abbey Gate 10 days later and killed 13 U.S. Marines. Where are the other 5,000?
I don't know that I can tell you where all 5,000
Well,
of
let
them
me
are.
put it more simply. Have you encountered any here in the United States?
We have quite a few ongoing investigations into foreign terrorist-related subjects, whether they're Al-Qaeda related or ISIS related, that we're conducting as you and I are having this conversation, and certainly.
So have you encountered any from Parowan here in the United States?
Specifically, I'm not sure I can say that. Let me follow up and make sure if there's anything more I can provide you on that.
Well, meanwhile, we've had about 1.5 million known gotaways cross the border as this crisis has unfolded. Any estimate of how many among of those 5,000 among the 1.5 million known gotaways may be terrorists?
I know that we have seen an uptick, which is obviously concerning to me, and I can tell from your question, concerning to you, in KSTs, as we call them, known or suspected terrorists coming across the southwest border. And our folks are working very hard to try to do our part to try to keep tabs on those individuals.
Speaking of upticks, have we seen an uptick in criminal cartel or cartel-related gang activity in the United States over the last several years?
Yes, the cartels working in kind of an unholy alliance with dangerous violent gangs here in the U.S. are responsible not just for the abominable distribution of fentanyl all over the country, but also an awful lot of the violence that comes
And that's
along with
coming
it.
principally across our southern border?
That's a huge driver of it, certainly.
Huge driver. It's reported we've lost contact with the guardians of more than 85,000 unaccompanied minors who've been brought here by the cartels through the southern border. How many of these children are still unaccounted for?
That I'm not sure. We have the answer to that. That may be a question for DHS.
What's the Woods procedure?
The Woods procedure is a procedure has nothing to do with 702. It has to do with traditional FISA, Title I FISA as we call it, and involves having files that have all the underlying documents to support each of the factual assertions
Is
in the
that
application.
important to the integrity of FISA applications?
Yes, sir.
In February of 2020, you assured the committee that you took these FISA abuses seriously, that you were working to address them. A year and a half later, the Office of the Inspector General reported that you weren't. They reported systemic noncompliance and essentially that some FBI field personnel took the Woods procedure as a joke. If we can't trust your past reforms, how seriously should we take your promises of future reform?
I appreciate the opportunity to address this one. So that OIG finding actually applies to, number one, that applies to compliance problems that occurred before all the fixes that I was testifying to you all about. Even though the report came out later, it was covering a time period that predated all of the fixes and reforms we put in place.
Your general counsel assured Mr. Durham that the abuses would not have happened because of the new procedures for supervisorial review, yet some of the worst abuses in Crossfire Hurricane were committed by supervisory agents. So why should we have any great confidence that's not going to happen again?
There are a couple different sets of reforms here. So the first is on the reforms that we put in place in response to the Inspector General's Crossfire Hurricane report.
But we can't trust your supervisors is the problem. The problem seems to be that this power exists at all, and human beings, being what they are, will tend to abuse them. Could you describe the term parallel construction as it relates to evidence produced in FISA searches?
Parallel construction? I'm not sure I've used that
Doesn't
term
that refer
before.
to the FBI using forbidden information from a 702 search to alert local law enforcement to search for and then produce the same material without revealing that it came from an improper search?
I'm just not sure about the use of the term.
Well, has the FBI ever employed that particular tactic in prosecuting American citizens?
Not to my knowledge, but again, I can look into that and get back to you.
What percentage of FISA warrant applications are rejected by the FISA court?
I don't know that we have that number. There's usually a back and forth with the court. It's not unusual for the court to...
It's a fraction of percentage, isn't it?
A fraction of a percentage?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if that's right, but it's definitely a small number. And I think that's partly because our folks learn over time what the court expects.
Which makes that sound an awful lot like a rubber stamp. I see my time's expired. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Director Wray. Thank you for coming before the Judiciary Committee this afternoon, and I have read your testimony. I want to redirect this questioning for a moment, and I want to focus on the important work that the FBI is tasked with when it continues to do its work with gun violence prevention and keeping our communities safe. As of today, there have been over 300 mass shootings. That's more than the number of days that we have in this year. And statistics will continue to show us over and over again that during the summer, these numbers continue to rise. Extreme protection orders play an important role in law enforcement's response to preventing mass shootings from happening. And what are also known as red flag laws or orders, they empower law enforcement, along with family members and household members, to petition a court to actually have an individual that appears to be in crisis have those firearms just temporarily taken away or removed from them with a court order to be returned during expiration of that order. I have a few questions for you, so if you can answer as directly as you can, I appreciate it. Family members and members of law enforcement can often identify individuals who would pose a risk to themselves or to others within the community when they actually possess a gun. As the head of the United States Federal Law Enforcement Agency, do you believe that these red flag laws and these programs enhance public safety?
I don't want to speak on behalf of any specific legislative proposal, but I will say that I know from experience that a number of states have had good experiences with those laws.
Thank you. And in the past several years, several states have actually enacted those extreme risk protection orders. In total, we actually have 21 states, and the District of Columbia have enacted their own forms of red flag laws. If a person who is subject to such an order tries to buy a gun from a federally licensed firearm dealer, would the FBI approve or deny the sale?
Well, I believe if the order is required by state law, making it a state prohibitor, and therefore is loaded into the NICS system, then when the background check is run, when the FFL, the federal firearms licensee, contacts NICS to proceed with the sale, that would pick up the so-called the order that you're talking about, and if that's a prohibitor, then that would block the transaction, is my understanding.
So in the absence of an application or applicable state law, is there a way for the FBI agent to seek an order under federal law?
I'm not aware of any federal law to that effect.
Exactly. If an FBI agent has information that someone has been violent many times in the past, but is not able to seek a criminal conviction, is there a way for the FBI to deny the sale of a gun to that person?
We only deny sales for people who are prohibited by law from possessing firearms.
My bill, the Federal Extreme Risk Protection Order Act, which was passed by the House last Congress, would provide Americans in all states access to these truly life-saving measures. I have reintroduced this bill again this term. Last summer, Congress also passed the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. Among other critical gun violence provisions in that, the legislation begins to address the problem of gun trafficking. What steps has the FBI taken to implement or utilize this new law that actually helps to stop gun trafficking?
Well, we're of course working closely with the Justice Department to implement all the provisions of the law that relate to NICS in particular. The place that has had the biggest impact on us is certainly on the additional checks that now would be run for the 18 to 20-year-olds. And we started implementing that last October. It was fully implemented starting in January. And it's a big change for us and for the state agencies that are on the receiving end of the request for information, as well as for the FFLs, both the big stores and the mom and pops. It's a big change in the system. I think we've done about 100,000 or so checks of this 18 to 20, in other words, U21 group that we're talking about since the implementation of the act. Those are not all denials, to be clear. In fact, the vast majority of them were sales that appropriately proceeded. But there were some that were, of course, denials based on the statute.
Thank you so much. I'm out of time.
Time of the gentlelady has expired. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank the chairman. Thank you, Director Wray, for appearing. Brian Auten was one of the FBI intelligence analysts who interviewed Igor Danchenko, the principal source of the Steele dossier, in January 2017, correct?
I believe that's in the Durham report.
And Danchenko explained that the dossier allegations were BS, yet the FBI did not reveal that to the FISA court. Instead, the FBI continued to use those allegations in two more sworn FISA applications about President Trump and Putin, correct?
Well, again, I want to let Mr. Durham's report speak for itself.
Okay, but as director of the FBI, those are the facts of the FBI under your watch. The FBI conducted...
No, sir, I'm sorry. It's important. Not under my watch. Those are the facts.
I'm getting to the part under your watch.
Okay.
The FBI conducted an internal investigation of Auten and sought to suspend him, but Auten appealed, correct?
I can't discuss a specific pending personnel matter.
Okay, well, according to recent reports, those are the facts. Nevertheless, in 2020, after Senators Grassley and Johnson highlighted evidence of potential financial crimes and corruption against the Biden family, the FBI assigned Auten to compile an assessment which was used to characterize the Biden revelations as Russian disinformation. The evidence Grassley and Johnson had collected were mostly financial records and could easily have been corroborated as authentic. And by then, the FBI had the Hunter laptop in its possession for over a year, so it knew the lucrative payments of the Bidens from corrupt and anti-American regimes were authentic. How on earth did the FBI empower an agent under investigation for potentially corrupt performance and abuse of FISA in one politically fraught investigation, a Democrat operative-driven case against President Trump, to play a key role and to undermine a second politically fraught investigation, a case against the Bidens? How's that possible? How can you allow that to occur in the Federal Bureau of Investigation, as my colleagues on the other side of the aisle say, the elite law enforcement agency of the United States? How does that occur?
I can't, at the moment, discuss a pending personnel matter. I can tell you that every employee who in any way touched the Crossfire Hurricane matter has been referred to our Office of Professional Responsibility, our disciplinary
Are you
arm.
concerned about this activity by the FBI and what was communicated to the FISA court? Does that concern you as the director of the FBI?
I consider the conduct that was described in the Durham report as totally unacceptable and unrepresentative of what I see from the FBI every day and must never be allowed to happen again.
And have there been consequences as a result? Is Mr. Auten, has he had consequences?
Well, again, I can't speak to pending personnel matters. As you would perhaps remember from your own time in law enforcement, because we were working closely with Mr. Durham and I assigned agents to help him, at his request, we slowed down the administrative process to allow his investigation to complete itself. Now that it is complete, our personnel processes are very much ongoing.
Well, I think it is more than troubling that under your watch, we see that this continued to occur, and you have Auten continued to be empowered after there was an investigation and after there was an effort by the FBI to look into why he would go to the FISA court and give wrong information. I mean, the issue here has been wrapped up in a cloud of politics, but the fact is the American people deserve to know how the FISA court is being abused and how it's being abused against the former president and against them. In light of the reports that we saw Mr. Johnson from Louisiana put forward, that was in a court filing and a court report. I want to move on to another topic. On September 23rd, 2022, 20 heavily armed agents stormed the home of Mark Houck. You're familiar with this?
I'm familiar with the Houck case a little bit, yes.
And this was after Mr. Houck's lawyer reached out and said he would appear voluntarily because the incident in question occurred almost a year earlier in October of 2021, so a year earlier. And the question here I have, local authorities investigated the incident but concluded there was no case. After the jury met for roughly an hour, Houck was acquitted. How on earth did Mark Houck end up having the FBI send several armed agents along with local authorities to arrest him at gunpoint? And do you approve it? Did you approve of that?
Well, let me start where you ended. Decisions about the manner of an arrest are not something that the FBI director approves. I defer to and rely on the judgment of the experienced career agents on the ground who have both the most intimate understanding of the facts and of the training experience to decide how best to effectuate an arrest.
Do you know who did order it?
And my understanding is that that arrest was conducted in our Philadelphia division by career agents with a combined 40 years of FBI experience.
Do you approve of the raid now in retrospect? Do you think it was appropriate? Do you think it was appropriate for a father to have armed FBI agents along with local agents go to his home, arrest him at gunpoint for alleged violation of the FACE Act a year after the alleged incident, after the father had said through his lawyer that he would appear voluntarily? Do you believe that FBI agents should go to the home of a father in Philadelphia suburbs?
I'm not going to second guess the judgment of the career agents on the ground who made the determination.
But your
think your
job
description-
is to
your
second guess
description-
and look at what they're doing. Your job is to review what they do. Your job is to protect the American people from a tyrannical FBI storming the home of an American family.
I could not disagree more with your description of the FBI as tyrannical. And I
You don't
think
believe
your
it's
your
tyrannical
act- and your
that
facts-
FBI agents were a part of storming a father's
Time of
home
the gentleman.
in suburban Philadelphia?
Time of the gentleman's,
Chairman.
Time of the gentleman's expired. The witness may respond, and then we'll move to our next witness. Our
Sir,
next,
respectfully,
member.
they did not storm his house. They came to his door. They knocked on his door and identified themselves. They asked him to exit. He did without incident. Whenever our agents, well, not at gunpoint, whenever our agents conduct an arrest, they are armed. Our agents are armed virtually all the time, as you may remember from your own experience as a prosecutor.
The gentleman yields back. The ranking member has a unanimous consent request.
I ask unanimous consent that this document be placed in the record.
That's pretty, that's not too
I ask unanimous
specific.
consent to enter the full January 15th, 2021 email thread between Bank of America and the FBI that is about threats to Inauguration Day instead of the edited version that was shown on the
I'm
screen
happy.
earlier.
I'm happy to have that into the record. Without objection, we champion that. We're going to bring that up again here if we get a chance. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Wray, good to see you. I thank you for being here today. And I just want to remind those who are watching at home or here in the room that we are here as an oversight function. We are not here as a political tool to hammer you or your 38,000 public servants, law enforcement men and women, and to try to use you politically. But it surely doesn't feel that way all the time during this. So I thank you for your service. I thank the men and women for their service. I have a first cousin, technically I guess a first cousin-in-law, who for a very long time in the Philadelphia suburbs served as an FBI agent with integrity and honor. So I think of him, I think of Jack today as I'm doing this. I read your testimony often, over and over, you state the mission of FBI to protect the American people and uphold the Constitution of the United States. Twofold. Protect the American people, uphold the Constitution. Do it by the rule of law. That's what we should be asking about. Are we doing that to the best of our ability? I want to use and examine the case of the Mar-a-Lago documents because it's been used by the former president as a pitying moment, as though he has somehow been victimized, but none of that is normal. These are serious times, and your people have serious missions about the safety of the American people and doing it lawfully. Director Wray, a ballroom, a bathroom, a bedroom, are those appropriate places to store classified, confidential information?
Well, again, I don't want to be commenting on the pending case, but I will say that there are specific rules about where to store classified information and that those need to be stored in a SCIF, a secure compartmentalized information facility. And in my experience, ballrooms, bathrooms, and bedrooms are not SCIFs.
Mine too. And yet that is where the former president chose to put vital information about our national security. He exacerbated the risk, as alleged in the damning 37-count indictment, by evading law enforcement and allegedly even showing some of these classified documents to others who were not either in a SCIF or up to having these informations sent to him. It was January 20th, having lost the election, 2021, when at noon, Mr. Trump had to leave the White House. And of course, it's shown in the affidavit and in the indictment that he left with quite a few boxes. May of 2021, the National Archives emailed requesting the missing documents from Mr. Trump. His lawyer said that he would provide them and then never did. January 18 of 2022, so we're talking a full year later, Mr. Trump finally turned over 15 boxes. 14 of them contained documents with classified markings, 30 documents top secret. June 2022, this is now a year and a half later, DOJ and FBI recover an additional 38 classified documents from Mar-a-Lago, your FBI, our FBI. A lawyer for Mr. Trump signed a statement at that point. To the best of her knowledge, she said all classified materials had been returned. But surveillance footage, of course, showed that wasn't the case. And in August of 2022, a federal judge approved a warrant to search Mar-a-Lago. This was not a raid, as some on the other side would like to have a pity party for Mr. Trump. This was not a raid. They then retrieved another 102 documents with classified markings. 300 and some documents taken by the president, improperly stored, and then tried to evade and obstruct justice, as is alleged. Do you think that the FBI went over the top or was out of line in your participation in retrieving these documents?
Well, again, I don't want to discuss the specifics of a pending case, but from everything I've seen, our folks in this case have proceeded honorably and in strict compliance with our policies, our rules, and our best practices.
And it seems from what overview we can do, I'm taking a look here at the affidavit to get the search warrant to go on in. It was one of your special agents assigned from the Washington field office. Obviously, we don't know who, but pointed out and made the case for probable cause to go in and to collect these documents. So let's take a look at the flip side. What's the harm? What's the danger to either human assets, your employees, national security for Mr. Trump holding on to, moving around, showing top secret documents? Where's the harm? 18 months of this going on.
Well, again, respectfully, I'm not going to comment or weigh in on a case that's now pending in front of federal judges, but speaking more generally, the rules governing the handling of classified information are there for a reason, and people need to be very mindful of those rules. And unfortunately, the FBI has, as a steady part of its docket, a number of investigations involving mishandling. And the reason those rules are there is because classified information, if it gets into the wrong hands, can put human sources in jeopardy. It can put other kinds of intelligence collection at jeopardy. It can jeopardize our partnerships with foreign liaison services, which are really the lifeblood of the intelligence community in many ways. So it's serious business, and it needs to be taken seriously. But again, I'm not speaking about a particular case. I'm just speaking generally.
I very much appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it, but I do want to just point out to the world, none of this is normal. It was not normal what took place here. And I yield back.
Generally, it yields back. Bedroom, bathroom, ballroom. How about a box in a
Mr.
garage?
Chairman,
Beach house in Delaware and the Biden Center. I don't think those are skips
Mr. Chairman,
either.
point of order.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to talk about China, but before I do, I want to just comment, in the last exchange with Mr. Roy, I heard you say certain practices were outrageous to you, and I appreciated that. And I think maybe we would have liked to have heard more of that this hearing, about things, acknowledging failures. I realize there are a lot of positives to talk about, but we do as a committee want to work with you. When Chairman Jordan asked why so much is redacted in a document, could we perhaps sit down with you, even if it's privately, and you tell us why that needs to be the case? If we ask for the names of these employees that were behind the Catholic issue in Virginia, can we get a commitment that we'll eventually get those names? I didn't hear that in that exchange with Mr. Jordan.
Well, you certainly have my commitment that we will work collaboratively with the committee. We obviously have rules that govern what we can share, and we have to be mindful of those too. But in my experience, that's what the longstanding accommodation process between the executive branch, especially law enforcement agencies, and Congress is there for. And we absolutely will pursue that in good faith. I know we've been providing an enormous amount of information, and if there are places that we can do better on that, we want to try to do better on that, if, again, consistent with our rules. I'm very mindful of the fact that the whole reason I'm in this job is because my predecessor was fired, and in a fairly scathing Inspector General report, one of the things he was criticized for was sharing more information, both with the public and, frankly, with Congress, than was consistent with federal rules.
Thank you. Thank you for that pledge. Now to China. Most Americans don't realize, I don't think, that U.S. companies doing business in China are required to have joint venture agreements. That's been around since 2017 or 18, I believe. And it requires the Chinese Communist Party to have political cells within these enterprises, American enterprises in China. In the last few weeks, it has come to my attention that they've taken that up a notch and actually gone further, the Chinese have, and said that not only must they be present and have access, but they now control these American businesses. So they're, in essence, nationalizing American enterprises in China. And the CEOs I've talked to are afraid to say something. They say they've come to the FBI. The FBI, I think, is aware of this. I'm about to turn it over to you. My question is this happening, and what can be done about it? What do we need to do about it?
Well, I think you've put your finger on a very important issue, and frankly, one that does not get the attention that it really deserves. So I appreciate you bringing it up. I will say that, in my view, there is no country, none, that presents a broader, more comprehensive threat to our ideas, our innovation, our economic security than the Chinese government and the Chinese Communist Party. And in many ways, it represents, I think, the defining threat of our era. And when it comes specifically to the business community, while there's no law against joint ventures, the problem that we have is that the Chinese government all too often has exploited those joint ventures to then use them as ways to get improper access to companies' secrets and information.
Do you find that they have stepped it up, though, to where they are, in essence, nationalizing U.S. companies quietly?
In a variety of ways. I hadn't really thought of using that term, but I think you're onto a very important point. I'll give you an example that I think a lot of people in America still don't know about and would be shocked to hear, which is that really any company of any size in China is required by Chinese law to have what they quaintly call a committee, which is essentially a cell inside the company whose sole function is to ensure that company's compliance with Chinese Communist Party orthodoxy. If we tried to install something like that in American companies, or if the British tried to do it in British companies or any number of other places, people would go out of their minds, and rightly so.
Agreed. Well, thank you. I'd like to work with you more on that, and I'd yield the balance of my time to the chairman. Thank you.
But that's exactly what you did. And the judge said it last week. Every week you were meeting with big tech companies saying, hey, look at this. This violates your policy. Take this speech of Americans down. You were doing the same darn thing you just described the Chinese about. And can we put up the email that Mr. Nadler entered into unanimous consent request? Can we put this up from the FBI to Bank of America? Because I want to know something. This is the full email. Go to the bullet point where it says, any historical purchase going back 6 months generally for weapons-related vendor purchase. You see that, Director? You see that bullet point? The one that says any in all caps, that bullet point? This is the email. How did you know? How would you know if it's a firearm purchase? How is the FBI going to know this? Put your mic on, please.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to start engaging on specific correspondence. I don't have the whole string here. As I've said before, my understanding is that our engagement with Bank of America was lawful, but that we also took steps, as we discussed in our earlier exchange.
Well, if it's lawful, why'd you take steps not to use the material? You can't have it both ways.
I disagree with that, actually.
Really?
There are plenty of things that we lawfully can do that we decide are better not to do, and that's my understanding is what happened here.
Wow. Wow. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Ray, thank you for your testimony and thank you for your public service. Last week in my district and my hometown of El Paso, Texas, a domestic violent extremist was sentenced to 90 consecutive life terms for a horrific attack he carried out on my community on August 3rd, 2019. On that day, he confessed that he drove over 10 hours from his community in East Texas to mine in order to slaughter Mexicans and immigrants. And before he walked into that Walmart, he published his screed online, and he used some of the same ugly xenophobic rhetoric that I hear my colleagues on the other side of the aisle use. And then he walked into that Walmart with an automatic style weapon and began shooting indiscriminately. He killed 23 people injured dozens more, and my community remains profoundly impacted by that attack. And the victims and the survivors and the loved ones still live with profound pain and trauma. What is the FBI doing, Director Wray, in response to racially motivated domestic terrorism?
Well, first, let me say I feel your pain. I actually visited the Walmart crime scene shortly after the attack and spent time with our folks on the ground who were processing the crime scene in blistering heat in the parking lot there. And obviously got briefed by the investigative team and met with our local partners. And obviously it was a horrific, tragic event. And the individual stories about some of the individual victims stick with me to this day. As to the broader phenomenon of racially motivated violent extremism, we have done a number of things. We elevated it to a national threat priority back in the summer of 2019, I believe it was, which means that it is squarely in scope of all of our joint terrorism task forces and treated as a priority at the top level. That's our highest level of priority. We also have engaged, we created a domestic terrorism hate crimes fusion cell, and you might wonder what's the point of that? Well, what we found was that sometimes the same acts of violence could either be called a hate crime or it could be called an act of domestic violent extremism. And in the way the FBI is structured, the first is treated by our criminal investigative division, the second is is focused on by our counterterrorism division. And by bringing the two subject matter experts together, we could make sure that we are not letting anything slip through the cracks, and more importantly, we can be proactive in thinking ahead. And that same fusion cell, for example, was then very important in us identifying and preventing a potentially devastating attack against a synagogue outside of Colorado. It was really one of the first times in recent memory that a hate crimes prosecution was able to be preventative. All too often, unfortunately, those cases are brought after there's a horrific attack. So we were very proud of disrupting that plot.
Thank you so much, Director Wray. I'm also very curious about what steps you've taken to improve coordination between the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security in terms of reporting the domestic terrorism data.
Well, there were a number of places. This gets a little bit technical, but the reports that that Congress called for. I've had a number of engagements with Senator Peters and on the Senate side about this, where data about how many domestic terrorism attacks there had been and which cases there were. I think there were different ways in which the two agencies were what they were counting and so forth. So in order to kind of get better at providing that information as required by Congress, we've worked more and more closely with DHS on ensuring a common set of metrics and so forth to make sure that the reports are getting in on time and that they're complete. We still have some work to do to make them better, but I think we've made significant progress.
I appreciate it. That data is critically important, as you know. I'm just about out of time. Thanks again for your service, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady, excuse me, gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Good afternoon, Director Wray. Director, how many sworn special agents are there currently in the United States?
You mean outside the FBI?
Oh, no, in the FBI.
Just in the FBI? I think we have about 14,000 or so FBI special agents.
And they are spread across field offices and resident agencies in the U.S. and in some cases around the world. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, as a former federal prosecutor and judge, I've had the opportunity to work with a number of men and women of the FBI from my home state. And one thing that I know and that we've heard in your testimony today is that you all have very broad responsibilities. Is it correct to say that the FBI, among other things, investigates counterterrorism, counterintelligence, cybercrime, public corruption, civil rights offenses, transnational organized crime, violent crime, and domestic terrorism?
And then other things as well, but yes.
Yes. And in addition to that, would you agree with the statement that the Bureau provides important support to local law enforcement agencies around the country on those subjects and others?
I would say indispensable support, and something I hear about. I'm talking with chiefs and sheriffs probably every week in this job since I've started, and if there's one refrain I hear from them consistently is, keep it coming, we need it, can you give us even more help? That's what I hear from them.
Now, I'd like to focus on the subject of domestic terrorism today. And when we talk about domestic terrorism, the Bureau's work includes investigating and bringing to justice those who would do profound harm to the homeland, given the opportunity. And the Bureau has been involved in cases involving hate crimes, violent extremists, and even some of our country's most notorious criminals, like Timothy McVeigh and Ted Kaczynski. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and of course, there are many such individuals who have plans to do harm to our homeland that America never hears about because you successfully intercept and prevent before those incidents occur.
Yes, in fact, one of the things that I think people would be surprised to know, because terrorism is not as much in the news as it was during the era when I was serving in the Bush administration in the 9/11 era, but we have, just since I've been director, disrupted attacks against a July 4th parade in Ohio, any number of attacks against churches and other houses of worship, an attempted attack, a plot to attack a hospital during COVID, the pier in San Francisco in sort of a peak tourism moment, a crowded beach during Memorial Holiday. And these are not all domestic terrorism. Some of them are, and that's important for people to know, some of these are jihadist-inspired terrorist attacks too, and that has not gone away, even though a lot of the public discussion has been about domestic terrorism.
And so here's what I'm hoping you can help us reconcile today. So we know that there are a limited number of agents, a limited number of resources, and a vast responsibility to prevent a broad array of very serious offenses. And what I'd like to do with that in mind is turn your attention to the decision within the Bureau to use investigative resources to investigate and surveil parents who attended school board meetings for the purpose of sharing their concerns about the nature of their children's education and the efficacy of the policies that were being implemented by school boards around the country. Is it correct that in 2021, the FBI created a threat tag specifically designed to identify parents attending school board meetings?
Yes, but I think it's important for people to understand what a threat tag is and is not. It is not what we base investigations on. It's not an investigative tool. It's an administrative function in our system, and it doesn't change anything about how we investigate, tools we use, any of our longstanding standards for predication.
But in those
and you mentioned the whole
circumstances,
resource allocation question.
it is correct, is it not, however, that agents surveilled, that agents did in fact surveil and investigate certain parents who were attending school board meetings?
No, ma'am, that's actually not correct. We opened 25 assessments into reports that were tagged, but none of those involved incidents at school board meetings. And to my knowledge, the FBI has not opened investigations on any parent for exercising speech at school board meetings.
Would you be concerned that to do so would be an infringement or perhaps a chilling on the First Amendment rights of parents to participate freely and openly in those meetings? Do you believe that would be an appropriate function of the Bureau?
I believe that our mission is to protect the American people and uphold the Constitution. And the uphold the Constitution part is very important to me and to our people. And I will say to you the same thing I said to all 56 of our field offices as soon as I read that memo, which is the FBI is not and has never been in the business of policing or investigating speech by parents at school board meetings. And we're not about to start now. We're going to keep doing what we've been doing, and that includes when there's violence, threats of violence, we're going to work with our state and local partners, as we always have on that, and following our normal procedures and our normal investigative steps and our normal standards for predication.
Thank you, Director Wray. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
And the lady yields back. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Wray, thank you for being here. Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for your service to our country under some pretty difficult circumstances, and we're certainly grateful. I'm certainly grateful. The people of the state that I represent, Colorado, are grateful to the 38,000 members of the FBI team, as you have articulated, that are working every day to keep the American people safe and to keep the people of my state and my community safe. So we're grateful for you being here. This committee obviously has a legitimate role in terms of conducting oversight. Generally, that oversight has extended to the policy areas, the areas of law enforcement that, of course, you are responsible for. Unfortunately, much of the conversation today, and it's disappointing, I think, for those Americans who have been watching, has not been focused on those legitimate areas of inquiry, but instead conspiracy theories and the like. Obviously, as you have been given an opportunity to respond to some of the attacks that have been made against the law enforcement agency that you direct, and the dangerous calls, or at least in my view, the dangerous calls that have been made by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle in terms of defunding federal law enforcement, which is deeply dangerous, and you've articulated the many reasons why. I'd like to focus in on two areas that are important to my constituents in Colorado and that I believe are relevant to the work that you do, and that is the fentanyl epidemic and gun violence prevention. With respect to the latter, you may recall you testified in front of the committee previously. I had an opportunity to ask you about an incident that occurred back in 2020 in my state in Colorado. In 2021, the GAO issued a report in response to this particular incident. Just by way of background, a gun dealer in Colorado transferred a firearm to an 18-year-old resident of Florida without first verifying the purchaser's age eligibility in her state of residence. The gun buyer then threatened to commit a school shooting akin to the mass tragedy that occurred at Columbine High, causing the lockdown and closure of multiple schools in my district back in Colorado. The report recommended, the GAO report, that the FBI strengthen its system for the sale of firearms to out-of-state purchasers. Specifically, it recommended that the FBI update the NICS system to verify the age requirements of an out-of-state firearm purchaser in both the purchaser's state of residence and the state of sale to ensure basic age eligibility. And we've introduced legislation that I believe the Department of Justice is aware of to make that requirement statutory. Wonder if you could expound a bit on whether I'm sure you're aware of the report, whether the FBI has implemented the recommendation that the GAO has made, and if not, the FBI's plans to do so.
Well, I think the specific legislation that would require that is something, as you said, that I think the department is studying, and so I can't weigh in on a specific legislative proposal. When it comes to the specific issue of 18 to 20-year-olds in particular and gun purchases, that is, of course, the subject of the bipartisan Safer Communities Act that was passed. And there are a number of significant checks that now occur. We started implementing that last October, fully implemented it starting in January. And that provides for enhanced checks for that critical population, the 18 to 20-year-old range, juvenile criminal records, mental health records for that population, and contact, in some ways, most importantly, contact with local law enforcement in that person's community. And I've actually been out to NICS, met with and sat with the operators who process those checks. So I've seen kind of firsthand how it works and the important work it represents. And I think if you were to talk, I'm talking to chiefs and sheriffs all over this country every week, and you will hear from most of them, if you talk to them for very long, you will hear about their concern and our concern about juveniles and violence. I almost guarantee you within the first 10 minutes of any conversation. It's a real problem in this country.
Well, I thank you for your answer, and I think it underscores the importance of the NICS program, and would look forward to perhaps following up with your team on this particular administrative issue of trying to just make sure that the database is working efficiently. Limited time left, but I just want to give you an opportunity. I know we've talked a bit about the fentanyl epidemic devastating communities across the country, certainly in Colorado. It's one of the reasons why we created a fentanyl prevention caucus here in the Congress. It's bipartisan. Representative Issa is one of our co-chairs. Wonder if you just might be able to, for those Americans who are watching, kind of provide us with your sense of some of the trends, the most dangerous and disturbing trends that you think the American people and policymakers should be aware of.
Well, I will say there are a whole bunch of trends, but in the limited time, but because of the importance of this topic, I'll hit a couple. One is, and we were just discussing this recently internally, we are finding over the course of the last year that, maybe even a little less than a year, that almost every gang takedown we have now, and we're doing them all over the country all the time, almost every single one now seems to involve as well a seizure of fentanyl. And we've been doing gang takedowns since Congresswoman Lee was a prosecutor as well. And so that's not new, but what is new is that over and over and over again, it seems consistently we're finding fentanyl in these, again, these are violent crime takedowns. The second phenomenon, which is deeply disturbing, and I know the DEA administrator is very concerned about as well, is that we're seeing more and more adulteration or lacing of fentanyl into all sorts of different kinds of prescription drugs that lots of Americans take all the time. And if you think about the phenomenon of the youth of this country, which is itself a problem of getting prescription drugs from their friends or their friends' parents or whatever it happens to be, they may not know that there's potentially a lethal dose of fentanyl in some prescription drug that they're taking. So it just underscores the importance of only getting your prescriptions from an appropriate medical provider.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Is the southern border secure?
I think the southern border represents a massive security threat.
So what we've heard from you today is that fentanyl has become a really big problem and that you're having to put more resources to it. Is that correct?
Towards fentanyl, yes. Yes, we are.
And the related gangs. I mean, you just retailed some of the story.
Right.
So this all happened over the last couple years as the border has become unsecure. Is the southern border secure?
Well, again, we're not, I want to defer to the Homeland Security, which is responsible for the physical security of the building. I will just tell you from the FBI's perspective that we are seeing all sorts of very serious criminal threats that come from across the border.
And getting worse, correct? You're putting more assets towards it?
We certainly do. We have, as I said...
So it's becoming more of a priority for you?
It is becoming more and more of a priority for us, yes.
So in the Durham report, and we heard from Mr. Durham just a couple weeks ago, he said the FBI failed to uphold the important mission of strict fidelity to the law, and that predates you. Do you agree with that statement that Mr. Durham made?
Yes, I do.
Was Russia collusion a hoax? So in light of the Durham report and that, was Russia collusion a hoax?
What I would say is this. One as to the Durham report itself, and one as to the issue of Russia malign influence. As to the Durham report itself...
Be quick.
I will try. The conduct it describes is conduct that I consider unacceptable and unrepresentative of who I see the FBI as every day and must not ever be allowed to happen again.
And on the other side?
Second, on the other one, it is not seriously disputed that the Russians, among other foreign adversaries, have attempted to interfere in our elections. And there have been any number of findings to that. In fact, President Trump himself rightly declared a national emergency about foreign interference in our elections in 2018.
So as a result of the actions of James Comey, the disgraced James Comey, and the FBI, they've interfered with the elections in both 2016 and 2020. Will that interference happen again in 2024 by the FBI?
The FBI is not going to be interfering in elections.
They did in 2016.
Well, I don't know that that's what Mr. Durham found. What I would tell you again is that it was conduct that I consider unacceptable and unrepresentative.
You can be in denial if you want to.
I'm not in denial,
Mr. Director,
sir.
you can be in denial on this. That's exactly what happened. Last year, the FBI gave a defensive briefing to my home state Senator Johnson, and you can see the slide up there now. And then that defensive briefing was leaked to the Washington Post. Who ordered that briefing?
So defensive briefings when it comes to election matters, including in the last administration, under a procedure set up by the last administration, are an interagency process coordinated by the Office of Director of National Intelligence. And the way that works is the interagency concludes that a defensive briefing is appropriate, and the FBI is given information from whatever intelligence community agency supplies it, and then we provide it. Defensive briefings, it's important to understand.
Senator Johnson, that's his quote. He's up there with you and Hunter Biden. I knew it was a setup. He asked you this question back in November of last year, and he said, I knew it was a setup. And that goes back to the point about interfering in elections. Senator Johnson was one of the most vulnerable Republican incumbents, if not the most vulnerable Republican incumbent, that was a target of the Democrats in the 2022 election. And then you see this briefing happen, and he knew what was happening, that there was someone or some people within the FBI and the intelligence arena that were going after him. Did Joe Biden take payments from Burisma or any other foreign companies as vice president, president, or private citizen Biden?
As you may know, there is an ongoing investigation being led by the U.S. Attorney in Delaware, Mr. Weiss, appointed by President Trump in the last administration, that our Baltimore field office is working with, and I would refer you to him as to what, if anything, can be shared.
So the president is under, investigation.
I'm not going to confirm or speak to who is or isn't under investigation for what. I'm simply going to tell you.
So he's not under investigation?
I didn't say that either. By longstanding department policy and practice, I'm not going to be confirming or denying who is or isn't under investigation or for what.
Thank you. I'll close with this. Russia collusion started it, Mr. Chairman, and the targeting and the suppression and the censorship has continued until this point. We need to thoroughly review what the FBI is doing, and at a minimum, I will be allowing FISA to sunset if we're not going to see significant reforms in the agency. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director Ray, for your service and your patience. In 2018, 10 leaders of Temple Beth Or, a synagogue in my district, received threats mailed to their homes. These threats led to the cancellation of programming and continued a disturbing trend of rising anti-Semitism in North Carolina. In the years since, my state has confronted new threats from domestic terrorists at minority institutions. This past April, a man was arrested on the campus of North Carolina A&T State University, the largest HBCU in the country, with multiple firearms and hundreds of rounds of ammunition, as well as a makeshift explosive, brass knuckles, crossbow, knives, and other weapons. Thankfully, this man was arrested before he could cause any harm, but the threat he posed to the campus mirrors threats we've seen to HBCUs around the country. In North Carolina and across the United States, we've also seen increased threats against reproductive care providers in the wake of the Dobbs decision last summer. And North Carolina recently enacted a 12-week abortion ban that has severely restricted access to reproductive health care in my state, and people often have to go through threatening crowds to be able to access the care that they need. While some in North Carolina have highlighted vandalism of crisis pregnancy centers since the overturn of Roe, they failed to acknowledge or respond to the increase in violence at abortion providers. Does the FBI currently provide anti-terrorism training to civilians, to HBCUs, places of worship, religious centers, individuals providing abortion services, LGBTQ groups, and does that training include a domestic terrorism component so that they can help you and law enforcement?
Well, we do a whole bunch of things to engage with the community, institutions that are targeted with violence. That include a number of the kinds of institutions you mentioned. I know in particular we work very, very closely with the Jewish community, which has the unfortunate distinction of, despite the percentage that they represent of the American population, of being way disproportionately targeted. So we spend a lot of time engaging with them around the country and nationally. We also spent a lot of time engaging with campus law enforcement, including at HBCUs. We spent a lot of time on that, especially last year with the bomb threats that were coming in. I was just recently with all of the campus law enforcement leaders from around the country just the last couple of weeks. And we certainly try to provide awareness to different kinds of institutions about how to deal with potential mass casualty events and things like that. We also provide information about things to be on the lookout for in people's communities. I should say, though, when you mention on the abortion side, reproductive facilities, of course, I would be remiss if I didn't also point out that there has been a pretty significant uptick in violence going the other way since the Dobbs decision. And in fact, most of the investigations that we've opened since the Dobbs decision, probably about 70% of them have been violence against pro-life facilities. We recently had a significant charge in the Madison, Wisconsin area of a guy who was trying to firebomb a pro-life facility there. So we're out there with communities across the spectrum.
Okay. And how would an investigation differ if it's domestic terrorism as opposed to just an ordinary criminal case?
Well, our investigation focuses on the violence first and foremost. I think there is no domestic terrorism statute. There's no offense of domestic terrorism, but we define domestic terrorism for purposes of opening an investigation as having three things: violence or threat of violence, in furtherance of an ideology. In other words, that's what's driving the violence in that particular instance, and in violation of federal criminal law. If we have those three things, enough evidence to indicate that that might be what's going on, then we would treat that as a domestic terrorism investigation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Lady yields back. We got votes, Director. We're going to do one more on our side, then we'll take a break and come back for the remaining members. The gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
Yes, Director Ray, we have established that the FBI and other federal agencies met weekly with executives from major social media companies, including Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Google, Microsoft, LinkedIn, and Yahoo and Verizon. Were you involved in any of those meetings, yes or no?
I wasn't involved in the kind of meetings that you're talking about, or I didn't participate, I guess, in meetings like that.
Okay. Are these meetings still occurring, and if so, how frequently?
Well, right now, as you may know, there is a preliminary injunction that's been entered.
Prior to the preliminary injunction, were these weekly meetings taking place?
I don't know if weekly meetings occurred, again, before the injunction, but certainly we've been very open about this, engaged with social media companies.
Does the FBI intend to continue to have such meetings leading up to the 2024 election to police election-related speech?
Well, we're not going to be policing election-related speech.
That's what you previously did.
I do not agree with that description.
Okay, well, here's what I would say. This committee has learned that the FBI acted to, quote, discredit leaked information about Hunter Biden before and after it was published, that, quote, Twitter's contact with the FBI was constant and pervasive, and as if it were a subsidiary, and that, quote, a surprisingly high number are requests by the FBI for Twitter to take action on election misinformation, even involving joke tweets from low follower accounts. Are you aware that that has been reported?
I am aware of some of what the committee has found in its
Okay.
report. But I will add that I'm not sure I agree with the findings.
But that's what we found. Director Way, you and I both know that the federal government is forbidden from doing indirectly what it cannot do directly. In other words, neither you nor the FBI have any legal authority to circumvent the First Amendment by using a surrogate to do your dirty work. Yet that is exactly what you have been doing. The Bureau, under your watch, has been using proxies to violate the First Amendment. Were you the person who gave the orders to use these social media companies to violate violate Americans' First Amendment rights?
Again, I don't agree with your description of our engagement with social media companies.
So who made the decision to use social media companies as a proxy to suppress the First Amendment rights of American citizens?
Because I don't believe that's what we did, I'm not sure there's anyone that would have made such a decision.
Do you really expect the American public to believe that you were not involved in the decisions related to using social media companies to suppress the First Amendment rights of American citizens?
I can't help what people will believe or not. I can only speak to what the facts are.
Was anyone ever fired or otherwise reprimanded for pursuing mass censorship? In other words, has anybody been held accountable for taking the actions that were described in the decision by the district court out of Louisiana?
Well, the district court's decision just came out on July 4th,
Has
as I
anybody been
recall.
reprimanded or held
And
accountable
at the
for what is?
moment, we have issued guidance to everyone in the organization who could be affected as
Has
to how to
anyone been-
follow that.
has
And so
anyone been
I'm not going to
reprimanded?
speak to personnel matters because we have not made any such determination at this stage.
Mr. Ray, I have some letters from Lindsey Graham and Rand Paul that were sent to you on April 20th and June 20th requesting a meeting to discuss the Weapons of Mass Destruction Directorate's work investigating the origins of SARS COVID-19. Your office has never responded to these letters. Do you intend to respond to Senators Lindsey Graham and Rand Paul to find out more information about the origin of COVID-19?
Well, we try hard to respond to all correspondence we get from the Hill. We get a lot.
I
I'll have
assume
to
you'll be
check.
responding
So
to
my
this.
intention is that we would have an appropriate response. Sometimes our responses, by longstanding procedure, our responses have to go through the department before they go out. So it could be that it's held up there, but I don't know that that's.
So
I don't know if that's the case in these particular ones.
Senators Graham and Paul should be receiving a response from
Some
your
kind of
office pretty
response.
soon. Okay.
As you may know, we were the only agency in the intelligence community until more recently when the Department of Energy did as well to reach the assessment that in our folks' view, we thought
I
was more
understand,
likely
Mr.
to be a
Ray.
lab leak.
Okay. Mr. Ray, from the Twitter files, Missouri versus Biden disclosures, the Durham investigation and report, and exposure and collapse of the Russian collusion hoax, the American people fully understand that there is a two-tiered justice system that has been weaponized to persecute people based on their political beliefs, and that you have personally worked to weaponize the FBI against conservatives. I asked Mr. Durham about this, to which he answered, "I don't think that things can go too much further with the view that law enforcement, particularly the FBI or Department of Justice, runs a two-tiered system of justice. The nation can't stand under those circumstances." Director Ray, what are you prepared to do to reform federal law enforcement in a manner which earns back the trust of the American people?
Well, first off, I would disagree with your characterization of the FBI and certainly your description of my own approach. The idea that I'm biased against conservatives seems somewhat insane to me, given my own personal background. As to how we are approaching our work of protecting the American people and upholding the Constitution, it starts with me having emphasized to all of our folks over and over and over again in everything we do that we need to do the right thing in the right way, and that means following the facts wherever they lead, no matter who likes it. It starts, then goes on from there to all kinds of enhanced procedures, safeguards, approvals, double checks, triple checks, record-keeping requirement, accountability policies, funding of new functions like an Office of Internal Audit that didn't exist before, the installation of an entirely new leadership team from my predecessor, and where I can take action, where we can take action to hold people accountable by removing people from the chain of command.
Gentlelady's time has
referring
expired,
people-
Director. We're going to take a 30-minute break for votes. We will be back. I'm going to try to start right at 2:15.
Unanimous consent to introduce
Without
to
objections.
the record.
Without objection, so be entered. We'll start with Ms. Bush and then Mr. Bishop on our side when we return. We'll stand in recess for approximately 30 minutes.
All right, I'm ready on Jordan. This is, oh wait, I have to do something first. Ready. This is case number 2344 on battery.
Jordan.
Mr. Jordan, please unmute and state your name.
Brian Keith Jordan.
Thank you. Today is the date set for an arraignment. Mr. Riggins.
We waive reading of the information. We waive reading of the warrant. Ask the court to enter a plea of not guilty on my client's behalf.
Court will enter a not guilty plea on behalf of Mr. Jordan. Set the matter for pretrial conference. We'll set a pretrial conference. Or Wednesday, September the 6th at 8:25. Esteban.
Esteban, Your Honor. Obviously, my client maintains his innocence. He showed up for this hearing on his own, obviously. He is currently employed. He works for Five Star Deck, has worked there for a number of years. Further, and I'd like to say this to the prosecutors, my understanding that the complaining witness in this case is not, at this point, does not want to move forward with the case. Yeah, and I'm asking that this case be set for a personal bond.
Ms. Ritter, Esteban.
Judge, the people have no objection to a personal bond. The people also does not have any awareness that the complaining witness does not want to move forward.
You don't need to address that, Esteban. Just Esteban.
Your Honor, the people have no objection to a personal bond. We're asking for no contact with the complaining witness, Mr. Morris Barber.
Court will set bond in the amount of $2,000 personal bond, no contact with the complaining witness. Anything further?
No, thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, I have not received discovery in this matter. If the prosecution can see me in discovery, I'd appreciate it.
We'll address the discovery at the pretrial conference. Anything further?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Jordan, you appear to have on a white t-shirt. That is an inappropriate shirt for court. In the future, when you come to court, please don't wear a white t-shirt, okay? We're all set. Everyone have a great day and stay safe.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. All right, I'm ready on Thomas Smith. Is Mr. Smith's lawyer present in court?
No, Your Honor. You talking for Bryce Smith, Your Honor?
Mr. Smith, yes.
No, Your Honor. And he said he doesn't even have it retained.
Madam Clerk, can you check that for me, please? This is case number 194555101, the people of the state of Michigan versus Valencia Thomas Smith. The defendant is charged with 1 count of larceny, 1 count of larceny by conversion. Today is the date set for pretrial conference. Appearances, please.
For the record, Your Honor, Christina Ritter on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Anusha Paul, and I'm a first-year student in good standing at an accredited law school, and I request permission to practice pursuant to MCR 8.120B under the supervision of the misdemeanor and felony defenders.
Permission granted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Anushik Ball appearing on behalf of Valencia Thomas Smith, who consents to my appearance on her behalf. Correct, Mrs. Smith?
Yes,
Thank you. Can you state your full name for the record, please?
Valencia Thomas Smith.
Thank you.
Today is the day set for pretrial conference. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we move for dismissal for the complaining witness's failure to appear.
Ms. Ritter.
Judge, so my notes does not indicate that the court required the complaining witness to be present. My recollection is that there was an arraignment on the bench warrant and the pretrial has been set for today. However, I do also see notes from our office that the complaining witness did call and speak with someone and indicate that he did not wish to proceed with this matter. So at this time, Your Honor, we will not be able to proceed based on the complaining witness's refusal to prosecute at this time.
All right, but just for the record, anytime I do an arraignment and set a pretrial, the complaining witness is required to appear.
It was an arraignment.
Anytime I set a pretrial from any arraignment, the complaining witness is required to appear.
Understood, Judge.
Today is the day set for pretrial conference. The people have indicated that the complaining witness does not wish to prosecute the matter and therefore they cannot proceed with the prosecution without the complaining witness's cooperation. Therefore, the court is going to grant defense counsel's motion and dismiss the matter without prejudice for failure of the complaining witness to, or for refusal of the complaining witness to prosecute the case. Ma'am, we will mail you a copy of the order of dismissal for your records. Anything further for this record?
No, thank you.
No, thank you, Judge.
We're all set. Ms. Thomas Smith, have a great day. Stay safe.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Ms. Bates, did you need to go in with your client?
Yes, Your Honor, I received the report. I can go in with him.
All right. When I said look into it, I actually meant, can you check the file and see why we have Mr. Cohen's name as the attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. I'm ready on Hollis. This is case number 234449901. The people of the state of Michigan versus Kenneth Hollis. The defendant is charged with 1 count of assault or assault and battery. Today is the date set for pretrial conference. Appearances, please.
For the record, Your Honor, Christina Ritter on behalf of the people.
Janice Stevenson appearing on behalf of Mr. Kenneth Hollis. Mr. Hollis, sir, please tell the judge your full name.
Kenneth Anthony Hollis.
Today is the day set for pretrial conference. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Hollis, we would continue the plea of not guilty. We would ask that this matter be set for final pretrial conference, Your Honor. I'm not certain whether discovery has already been tendered. If not, we would request discovery and continuation of bond.
The court is going to continue a not guilty plea on behalf of Mr. Hollis. I will set the matter for a final pretrial conference. The court will set a final pretrial conference for Wednesday, October the 11th at 9:00 a.m. Discovery should be submitted to the defense by September the 11th. Bond will continue with no contact with the complaining witness. Anything further?
No, thank you, Judge.
Nothing on behalf of Mr. Hollis. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Hollis, you're all set until October the 11th at 9 a.m., sir. Have a great day and stay safe. This is case number 214487301. The people of the state of Michigan versus DIA VIONT Walker. Defendant is charged with 1 count of assault or assault and battery. Today is the date set for pretrial conference. Appearances, please.
For the record, Your Honor, Christina.
Okay, hold on and stop. I apologize. Who is Christina Walker? Where is that on my docket?
836, Your Honor.
Oh, so which Walker is this person the complaining witness on? I have 2 Walkers and apparently I highlighted the wrong Walker.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, that was my fault. That's the complainant witness for Christina Walker. I'll correct that, Judge.
All right, so this is case number 234434001. The people of the state of Michigan versus Christina Walker. The defendant is charged with 2 counts of malicious destruction of property, 1 count of larceny. Today is the date set for pretrial conference. Appearances, please.
For the record, Your Honor, Christina Ritter on behalf of the people. I also have the complainant witness present via Zoom this morning. Ms. Seal, unmute yourself and state your name for the court, please.
Good morning.
State your name for the court.
My name is Shauna Seal.
Listen, I don't have time for lags. I don't have time for lags.
Mr. Isho, are you able to unmute?
Yeah, I unmuted.
We didn't talk to you. She said, Mr. Isho. She didn't
Oh, I'm
say,
sorry.
did you unmute?
Sorry.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Demel Isho. I'm a third-year law student at an accredited university, and I request permission to practice pursuant to Michigan Court Rule 8.120B under the supervision of the attorneys of misdemeanors and felony defenders.
Permission granted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this time, my client will continue her plea of
Mr.
not.
Isho, Ms. Stevenson, come on.
For the record, Your Honor, Janice Stevenson appearing on behalf of Ms. Christina Walker, Your Honor, and that the complaining witness is present. We continue the plea of not
Did Ms.
guilty.
Walker put her name on the record? Is anybody gonna have her put her name?
I didn't hear that. Ms. Walker, please tell the court your name. Unmute, ma'am.
Christina Walker.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Walker will continue her plea of not guilty. Ask that the matter be set for final pretrial conference. We would request discovery and that bond continue.
Court is going to continue a not guilty plea on behalf of Ms. Walker. Set the matter for final pretrial conference, October 11th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Discovery will be submitted by September the 11th. Bond will continue with no contact with the complaining witness. Ms. Seal, you have appeared today, therefore your appearance is not required on October 11th. However, you may appear at all scheduled court appearances should you choose to as the complaining witness. Anything further for the record?
No, thank you, Judge.
Nothing on behalf of Ms. Walker. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, then, ladies, you're all set. Have a great day and stay safe. I'm ready on Dixon. This is case number 214484701. The people of the state of Michigan versus
For the record, Your Honor, Christine.
Pursuant to Michigan Court Rule 8.120B under the supervision of the attorneys of the misdemeanor and felony defenders.
Permission granted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Cammie Yang appearing on behalf of Alexis Dixon, who consents to my appearance on her behalf. Is that correct, Ms. Dixon?
Yes, ma'am.
And could you please state your full name for the record, please?
Alexis Dixon.
Is Mr.
Do you have a middle name?
Yes, Alexis Marie Dixon.
Thank you.
Today is the day set for pretrial conference. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we respectfully move for dismissal due to the complaining witness's failure to appear.
Ms. Ritter.
Judges, at least the second scheduling of the pretrial conference. I did not see the complaint witness, Ms. Marcella Rhymes, in the waiting room this morning, Judge. At this time, the people have no explanation as to why Ms. Rhymes is not present today, and at this time, we will not be able to proceed based on the complaining witness's failure to appear.
Today is the day set for pretrial conference. The complaining witness was required to appear. They have failed to appear, and the people have no explanation for the failure. They are unable to proceed. The court is going to grant defense counsel's motion. The matter is dismissed without prejudice. Ms. Dixon, we will mail you a copy of the order of dismissal for your records. Ma'am, have a great day and stay safe.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm ready on George. This is case number, ma'am, you walking around?
I'm setting it up.
You should have been set up. Let's always stay set up. Let's stay set up.
Yes, ma'am.
This is case number 234419401. The people of the state of Michigan versus Vanessa Lene George. Defendant is charged with 1 count of communication services illegal use. Today is the date set for a pretrial conference. Appearances, please.
For the record, Your Honor, Christina Ritter on behalf of the people.
Tanisha Paul appearing on behalf of Vanessa George, who consents to my appearance on her behalf. Correct, Ms. George?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Can you state your full name for the record, please?
Vanessa George.
Thank you.
Today is the day set for pretrial conference. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we move for dismissal for the complaining witness's failure to appear.
Ms. Ritter.
Judges, at least the second schedule of the pretrial conference. I don't see the complainant witness, Ms. Brianna, set in the waiting room, Judge, or I haven't seen her in the waiting room this morning, Your Honor, and I don't have an explanation as to why the complainant witness is not present. So at this time, Your Honor, the people will not be able to proceed based on the complainant witness's failure to appear today.
Today is the day set for pretrial conference. The complaining witness is required to appear. They fail to appear, and the people have no explanation for the failure. They are unable to proceed. The court is going to grant defense counsel's motion. The matter is dismissed without prejudice. Ms. George, we will mail you a copy of the order of dismissal for your records. Have a great day and stay safe.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. Ms. Bates, your client didn't come out of the breakout room. Are you ready? Maybe not. Mr. Nelson, please start your video. This is case number 234441001. The people of the state of Michigan versus Gerald Douglas Nelson. The defendant is charged with 1 count of breaking and entering without owner's permission. Today is the date set for a pretrial conference. Appearances, please.
For the record, Your Honor, Christina Ritter on behalf of the people.
Cammie Yang appearing on behalf of Gerald Nelson, who consents to my appearance on his behalf. Is that correct, Mr. Nelson?
Yes, it is.
And could you please state your full name for the record?
Gerald Douglas Nelson II.
Thank you, sir. Today is the date set for pretrial conference. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we respectfully move for dismissal due to the complaining witness's failure to appear.
Ms. Ritter?
Judge, this is at least the second scheduling of the pretrial conference. I haven't seen the complaining witness in the waiting room this morning, Ms. Kimberly Davis. The people have no explanation as to why the complaining witness is not present, and at this time, we will not be able to proceed based on the complaining witness's failure to appear.
Today is the date set for pretrial conference. The complaining witness was required to appear. They failed to appear. People have no explanation for the failure. They are unable to proceed. The court is going to grant defense counsel's motion. The matter is dismissed without prejudice. Mr. Nelson, we will mail you a copy of the order of dismissal for your records. Sir, please have a great day and stay safe.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
You as well.
Thank you. I'm ready on new bill. I mean, Mr. Newbill, you dress like it's wintertime outside. Can he take off his jacket?
It was cold out there this morning.
No, it wasn't that cold now, Mr. Newbill. Now, come on now. You got on a whole hoodie and a whole winter coat. Let's take off the coat so we can attend court. Ms. Bates, your client didn't come out of the breakout room. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Oh, he must not have hit the right button.
Let me see. I'll try to bring him to the main session. He's still in there.
Okay.
Okay, give me a minute. All right, I'm ready on new bill. This is case number 234439601. The people of the state of Michigan versus Marvin Newbill. The defendant is charged with 1 count of assault or assault and battery. Today is the date set for a pretrial conference. Appearances, please. Oh, I didn't even share my screen, but appearances, please.
For the record, Your Honor, Christina Ritter on behalf of the people.
Janice Stevenson appearing on behalf of Mr. Marvin Newbill. Mr. Newbill, good morning, sir. Please tell the judge your full name.
Marvin Newbill.
Today is the date set for pretrial conference. How are we proceeding?
On behalf of Mr. Newbill, Your Honor, we would move for dismissal for the complainant's failure to appear.
Ms. Ritter?
Judge, this is at least the second scheduling of the pretrial conference. The court requires the complaining witness, Mr. Marcel Davis, to be present. I have not seen Mr. Davis in the waiting room this morning, Judge, and I don't have an explanation as to why he's not present. So at this time, Your Honor, the people will not be able to proceed based on the complaining witness's failure to appear.
Today is the date set for pretrial conference. The complaining witness was required to appear. They have failed to appear. The people have no explanation for the failure. They are unable to proceed. The court is going to grant defense counsel's motion and dismiss the matter without prejudice for failure of the complaining witness to appear. Mr. Newbill, please have a seat and we will get you a copy of the order of dismissal for your records.
All right. Yeah.
Oh, you know what? It's because I don't have any paper. I was wondering where's my PSI and I gotta reload the paper. Hold on. Count of operating with a high BAC, 1 count of operating while intoxicated. Today is the date set for final pretrial conference. Appearances, please.
For the record, Your Honor, Christina Ritter on behalf of the people.
And Janice Stevenson appearing on behalf of Ms. Deja Anderson. Ms. Anderson, ma'am, please unmute and tell the judge your full name.
Deja Nicole Anderson.
Thank you. Today is the date set for a final pretrial conference. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I do understand the docket is congested, but I am asking the court to consider adjourning today's final pretrial conference. Ms. Anderson, her contact information changed and we were not able to talk until this morning. I do expect to be able to resolve this case at the final pretrial conference if the court would graciously grant me an adjournment so that we can prepare for that fully. I do have Ms. Anderson's new phone number. I've just gotten it this morning, Your Honor.
The court is going to continue a not guilty plea on behalf of Ms. Anderson, and I will grant the adjournment. However, Ms. Anderson, you have to let us know if your phone number and information changes. You have to let us know. I'm not going to give another adjournment for this reason. Court will set the final pretrial conference.
Thank you.
You're welcome. What's height? It is.
Okay.
Continues in the afternoon.
Playing with Ms. Marcella Rhymes in the waiting room this morning, Judge.
Jan.
Anderson.
Thank you. Today is the date set for a final pretrial conference. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I do understand the docket is congested, but I am asking the court to consider adjourning today's final pretrial conference. Ms. Anderson, her contact information changed and we were not able to talk until this morning. I do expect to be able to resolve this case at the final pretrial conference if the court would graciously grant me an adjournment so that we can prepare for that fully.
Information changes. You have to let us know. I'm not going to give another adjournment for this reason. Court will set the final pretrial conference. For September the 6th.
Okay.
At 9 o'clock. Anything further?
Nothing on behalf of Ms. Anderson. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. There was no appearance in the file, Your Honor. This case does come from Judge Sabri's courtroom. I'm not sure who her attorneys are in her courtroom that she uses.
She doesn't use any attorneys. So Mr. Cohen was probably appointed to Mr. Smith at the felony stage, and the fact that he doesn't know that is probably a bit concerning to the court. Ms. Stevenson, Mr. Smith doesn't have an attorney. Does he have a phone number, a phone?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're gonna get his phone number for me, please, and give it to Ms. Stevenson so she can call him.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'm ready, on Gill. Well, hold on, let me see. What are we doing on Clark? Where's Clark on my docket? Oh, up here. What are we doing on Clark? Oh, that's a review. Never mind, I'm ready on Gill. I have to pull it up. I don't know if they sent me something on it. I have to pull it up. Let's. They didn't send me anything on it. Can I get an ROA on Shannon Clark, please? All right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is Jody Gill, case number 214524201. The people of the state of Michigan versus Jody Demetrius Gill. The defendant is charged with 1 count of operating while visibly impaired. Today is the date set for sentencing. Appearances, please.
For the record, Your Honor, Christina Brenner on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. Melanie Bates from Randall Upshaw's office, appearing on behalf of Mr. Jody Gill, who is present by Zoom.
And Mr. Gill, please unmute. Did you say your P number, Ms. Bates? I'm sorry.
P76080.
All right, Mr. Gill, please unmute if you're not already unmuted and state your name.
Jody Gill, Your Honor.
And Mr. Gill, do you have a middle name?
Jody Demetrius Gill, I apologize.
That's okay. Thank you, sir. Today is the date set for sentencing. The court has had an opportunity to review the pre-sentence report. Mr. Gill, what are you doing? Oh, okay.
No, it told me on here to pinch or something. I don't really know how to work this phone.
I don't know
apologize,
either, but because we don't want to ever see your feet again, Mr. Gill.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. I should say your toes. Because if you come to court in person, we might see your feet with shoes on. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You threw me all the way off. Mr. Gill, you see how I could be so professional until something just happened to throw me off a little bit. Okay. Hold on. What was I saying? Oh, I have had an opportunity to review the pre-sentence report. With respect to the report itself, are there any additions, deletions, or corrections on behalf of the people?
None on behalf of the people, Judge.
Okay. Can y'all leave the courtroom unmuted? Because my court report, I don't know if y'all muting the courtroom, but I needed to stay unmuted. Any additions, deletions, or corrections on behalf of the defense?
Your Honor, Mr. Gill and I went over the report together. There are no additions, deletions, or corrections to the report.
And with respect to sentencing, is there anything on behalf of the people?
Nothing on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
With respect to sentencing, give me 1 second, counsel. I need my sentencing form and I don't see it. Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
All right. Anything with respect to sentencing on behalf of Mr. Gill?
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Gill, we're going to ask the court to adopt the recommendation in the PSI. We do believe it is fair based on the circumstances. I do see that Mr. Gill is gainfully employed. He does have family. And also based off the report I read, I also told him my condolences. I did not even realize that he had lost a small child. Your Honor, so I am just asking that the court will adopt the recommendation.
All right. Mr. Gill, would you like to address the court as to sentencing before I impose sentence?
No, thank you. You've been fair, Your Honor. I'm ready to accept my punishment.
All right. Mr. Gill, I also want to offer my condolences with respect to the loss of your daughter.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm sure neither one of us can even imagine the depth of that sorrow, but please accept my condolences. With respect to the sentencing, the court is going to accept the recommendation of probation. I will sentence you to probation for a term of 12 months with a final review date of July the 10th, 2024. And that also means, Mr. Gill, that you would be eligible for an early discharge after 6 months. I'm going to give you a 6-month review date of January the 11th, 2024. If you have completed the terms and conditions of your probation by the January 11th date, you will be eligible to be discharged early from probation. The terms and conditions of the probation are as follows. You shall not violate any criminal law of any governmental unit. You must not leave the state of Michigan without consent from this court. You must make a truthful report to probation on a monthly basis, and you must notify probation of any change of your address, phone number, or employment status. Mr. Gill, you must pay the following fines, costs, and fees. The court is going to impose the mandatory cost of $210, a $250 fine, $420 oversight fees. That's at a rate of $35 per month. If you are discharged after 6 months, of the $420, you only would have had to pay $210. Court is going to impose the $100 pre-sentence investigation and substance abuse evaluation fee. Your total fines, costs, and fees are $980, I think. Of the $980, in order to be discharged from probation, at that 6-month mark, then you would have had to pay $770. So if you plan on getting discharged early, when you pay your fines, costs, and fees, just pay up to the $770.
Yes, ma'am.
And then that way we don't have to try to reimburse you any money. But if it's not going to be done by the 6 months, then you can go ahead and pay. All right. Additionally, you shall not use or possess any illegal substance. I did see that you tested positive for marijuana on your urinalysis. However, you cannot use or possess any marijuana without a valid medical marijuana card. You shall not use any opiates without a valid prescription and letter of explanation from the doctor as to why they're prescribing opiates in a time such as these, as opposed to another alternative, less addicting narcotic. You shall not consume any alcohol. I used to say any alcoholic beverage, but somebody tried to get me, Mr. Gill, and told me they didn't drink no alcohol. They was having Jello shots. Can you believe that, Miss Baker?
Your Honor, can I say something real quick? Honestly, because I'm kind of with that in the situation, but I'm going to follow the law, but I'm kind of with that with the marijuana thing because I actually do not smoke marijuana.
Okay, well, let me go back and say you can't eat it, you can't drink it, you can't gummy it, you can't vape it, you
yes,
can't.
ma'am.
So I'm gonna say, but see, it say you shall not use or possess. So if you eating it, you possessing it.
Right.
Y'all be vaping it. I didn't know they vaped the marijuana till somebody told me the other weekend.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know. They vaping it, they eating it, they drinking it. It's too much marijuana going on. But let me say this to the marijuana users. If you're using marijuana, because it is legal, it's, now it's like drinking. I would appreciate it if you ate the marijuana instead of smoking it. Because when you smoke it, it just stink up the whole atmosphere. Nonetheless, we digress, Mr. Gill. See how you had me digress? But you cannot do anything with marijuana without a valid medical marijuana card, and you cannot consume any alcohol, no matter what the form of the alcohol. So don't act like you made a mistake and swallowed the Listerine in the morning when you was trying to brush your teeth. And then you shall not drive without a valid license. You shall attend and complete the Alcohol Highway Safety Education Level 1 program. You shall submit to random urinalysis, but your blood alcohol
is recognized.
It was over the legal limit, but it wasn't as high.
Dr. Ray. Before I get into the primary topic of my remarks, I want to ask you about a separate issue. On June 16th, my esteemed colleague, Ranking Member Raskin of the Oversight Committee, sent you a letter asking the FBI to publicly reiterate certain non-classified information that it provided in an oral briefing about Form FD 1023, subpoenaed by Oversight Chairman Comer. It has now been almost a month since Mr. Raskin sent his letter. When can he expect a response?
I'll have to check with my staff because we've gotten so many letters from so many members, and that's each one of them is important to me. But as I sit here right now, I don't know when the timing is, but we'll get back to you on that.
Okay.
And more importantly, we'll get back to him on that.
Okay, all right, thank you, and we will follow up, okay. Especially because I did ask directly of your staff, so we'll follow up. And now, St. Louis and I are here today in continuing solidarity with the protesters, the advocates, and movements that are actually targeted by surveillance and other law enforcement abuses in this country. Director Wray, I know that you are aware of the FBI's long and sordid history of targeting Black protesters and activists. At a hearing before this committee in December of 2017, you characterized the abuses related to COINTELPRO as, quote, one of the darker moments in the FBI's history. It's something we're not proud of, but it is also something we've learned from, end quote. But Director Wray, isn't it true that an FBI agent improperly ran a batch query of unminimized FISA information using the identifiers of 133 individuals arrested in connection with the protests after the murder of George Floyd in 2020? Just a yes or no is fine.
Well, I'm aware of the instance you're talking about. Whether or not that correctly describes it or not, I'm not 100% sure. I know it's in the most recent FISC opinion, but what I will tell you is that incident is non-compliance. I consider it unacceptable, and most importantly, it predates all of these fixes and corrective measures and reforms that we've put in place, which I think would have prevented it from happening now.
Thank you. And now on to Zero Fox. Isn't it true a firm hired on a $14 million contract by the FBI, which we've heard already today, to monitor social media threats, previously labeled Black Lives Matter activists as threat actors requiring constant surveillance? Yes or no?
I'm not sure that's a correct description of the way we do work with Zero Fox, but I don't know that that's a correct description of how we do it.
So did the FBI hire the firm?
My understanding of Zero Fox is it has a tool which allows us to in certain instances, engage in social media searches to prevent threats.
So the
so
they weren't hired.
I don't know, again, the terms of our arrangement, like whether it's a retention or what, but I've heard the term Zero Fox before, and my general experience is it's usually used in connection with preventing violence at a particular critical incident of some sort.
So to the tune of $14 million, though, there is reporting that threat actors was actually what they labeled Black Lives Matter activists, two of whom I know very well. And I served more than 400 days on the ground during the Ferguson uprising myself, more than 400 days, many of those days with those two people that were named and who are not violent. Isn't it true that the FBI has been actively involved in the law enforcement response to people protesting the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center, a response that has included state charges of domestic terrorism against protesters? Yes or no?
Well, our Atlanta division is working in support of our state and local partners when it comes to violence and threats of violence that occur amid the unrest that you're referring to.
So the FBI is involved. These are not isolated incidents, and as I said, they're part of a long history of abuses by the FBI against Black and brown communities and progressive movements. These are the real oversight issues. They matter to my district where there is real and justified skepticism of whether the civil rights of Black and brown people are adequately protected. I know this from personal experience in the Ferguson uprising and from other protest movements that I have been a part of. That's why I asked you about the targeting of protesters the last time that you were before us. because it also included me. But what my district is not concerned about is the Republican conspiracy theories and selective targeting of law enforcement agencies who try to hold their twice impeached, twice indicted cult leader Donald Trump accountable. The Insurrection Caucus wants to use this hearing to score immediate political points. They want to invade oversight. They don't want to conduct it. But we're talking about real issues, real reform that could actually save lives. So once again, I urge my Republican colleagues who claim to care about government overreach and weaponization to do the exact same. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I would just remind the lady that what we'd actually like to do is work with you to protect Americans' privacy, whether they've been targeted on the right or on the left.
Point of order. Point of order. Point of order.
Gentleman may state his point of order.
It's not your time.
I appreciate the point of order, and I was just getting ready to yield to the gentleman from North Carolina who will have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I greatly appreciate it.
I appreciate the reminder.
I want to follow up, Director Ray, about the Foreign Influence Task Force. So there have been exchanges with Mr. Johnson from Louisiana, Ms. Hageman over that, and I understand the difference. I want to respect the differences in characterization. Earlier this week, in denying a stay of its order, the federal court essentially said this isn't complicated. Follow the law as articulated by the United States Supreme Court in the area of the First Amendment. And that was it as far as it was concerned. The Foreign Influence Task Force is not a predecessor's decision. You set that up, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you've known about the continuous interaction with social media companies. You've known about, I'm sure you know about the testimony of Agent Elvis Chan, correct?
I mean, I don't know everything he's testified to, but I'm aware that he was.
Did you read his testimony?
I've read parts of it, yes.
Okay. And there were thousands of posts that were flagged to the social media companies. These meetings with social media continued across time on a periodic basis. And this court has found, and I understand where the point of disagreement is, I guess, at this stage is, but I believe it's fairly common sense, that if you've got a constant, expectant suggestions from the FBI to social media companies with respect to social media posts, at some point in time it becomes a government decision or it becomes coercive in nature. That's what the courts preliminarily found. You all, that apparently is the line you decided to walk in setting this up. Today, it's sort of striking that you come in and you sort of casually acknowledge that among other things that we did pass through, I think you said, information from the Ukrainian SBU to social media, as if it's normal for the FBI to serve effectively as the agent of a foreign power, to help pull information out of circulation to which Americans otherwise would have access because the Foreign Intel Service doesn't like it. Now, those are my characterizations. I have tried to be a little bit more neutral in my language, and you can differ with them, but here's what I'm wondering. Why would you walk that fine a line with respect to Americans' fundamental constitutional rights at scale, especially with knowledge of past abuses by the FBI like COINTELPRO? You said earlier that the FBI wasn't even concerned about disinformation per se, but the foreign origins of the information. Assuming so, how does that comport with Lamont versus Postmaster General?
Well, I'm not going to try to engage on Supreme Court jurisprudence, but what I can tell you is that the...
Well, I mean, that's the point, though, Director Ray. And let me just ask you, do you know about that case? Do you know that case?
I've heard of the case.
All right. Right in the heart of the Cold War, at the behest of an American plaintiff, a communist, by the way, the Supreme Court said that Americans have a First Amendment right of access to information, even if it is propaganda originating abroad. And in that case, the United States Postal Service could not interdict it. Do you know that, in essence?
Again, I'm not familiar with the holding of the case. I'd have to review it to be sure that that's a correct.
That seems to me the trouble. I keep wondering as I read all these revelations how that could be. Or then, let me go to this. You know that the FBI engaged with the social media companies, continuously warning them of hack and leak operations in 2020. Not 2018, by the way, but before the 2020 election. Lots of warnings about hack and leak. You're aware of that?
I'm aware that we gave them lots of information about intelligence that we were receiving from some of our intelligence.
At the time you were giving them those warnings, the FBI had the Hunter Biden laptop for more than 9 months. And, but of course, COINTELPRO itself was the mother of all hack and leak operations. active leftist activists at the time broke into the FBI's office in Media, Pennsylvania, stole the files, gave them to the media, and newspapers published them. And you're bound to be aware of New York Times Company versus United States, the Pentagon Papers case.
Yes.
That says that even if information has been stolen or inappropriately taken, that you can't get a prior restraint in almost any circumstance to prevent their being distributed. So how is it that your foreign influence task force is out warning of hack and leak operations to innocent, not involved in the hack, that would be criminal, but news or social media organizations where information may be circulated?
Well, first off, we're not engaging in any prior restraint. Second,
wow.
Second, well, let me, if I could finish, please. Second, there's no serious dispute that foreign adversaries have and continue to attempt to interfere in our elections and that they use social media to do it. President Trump himself in 2018 declared a national emergency to that very effect. And the Senate Intelligence Committee, in a bipartisan, overwhelmingly bipartisan way, by the way, not only found the same thing, but called for more information sharing between us and the social media.
I hear you, but it doesn't justify trampling the established First Amendment rights of Americans as the Supreme Court has declared them. Whether or not, frankly, I agree with them or you agree with them. And I just don't, that's what I don't get. You come here and the comments are sort of blasé answers. Accountability is always down the road. We never arrives. And I'm not trying, I guess I'm joining the gang up, but what I'm concerned about, and I think Americans are concerned about, is they just never see it. I don't know of an answer other than to take an appropriation from you that's very significant or to do something to take your intel powers away and put them in another agency. I honestly want to know.
Mr. Chairman.
And I think Americans want to know. I yield.
We sure do. The gentleman from Maryland who keeps us on time is recognized.
Until it's my turn, then I'm going to run over too.
Wait till it gets into this 5 minutes, yeah.
Gentleman's time is about ready to start.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, I appreciate you coming in today. I saw a characterization of this hearing as a GOP-FBI grudge match, but I must say that the only grudge that's been seen here is from the Republican side. I think you've done an outstanding job with your testimony today, even when you've been, admitting that there are shortcomings by your office, that mistakes have been made. I appreciate the fact that you are willing to do that, because it's not easy for agency heads to do that, and also, more importantly, to point out the changes that you've made to try and address those concerns. I want to say this too. There's a couple points that have been made here about, you were just talking about the Foreign Influence Task Force, and I know there's a lot of talk about this as being some kind of prior restraint or First Amendment violation, but I want to say that I'm on the side that thinks this is a very important tool for the FBI and the United States government to have, especially with respect to potential intervention or interference, especially by Russian state actors with respect to American elections. There's some people who think, and I'm kind of starting to agree, that one of the reasons some of my colleagues are pushing so hard against this and other aspects of information protection within the United States is because they want to have Russian interference in the 2024 election.
Oh, please.
I certainly don't. So I certainly thank you for continuing your efforts on that front. There was an issue that was raised about whistleblowers earlier in the hearing, and I wanted to bring this up. I know you can't speak to this, Mr. Director, but these are two checks that were written to some of these witnesses, two of the witnesses that testified here, and they are for over $250,000. Now, they came after they gave their testimony, I think by a few days, but from my perspective, this is something that the American public should know when they evaluate the testimony of these individuals. And hopefully I don't know if the majority knew about this but didn't disclose it at the time or what was going on with it, but in my book, this really brings the credibility of these witnesses' testimony into question. And I think we should keep this in mind when we evaluate the allegations that they've made. I also want to say this too. My Republican colleagues have come a long ways from the law and order days of the Republican Party back when I was a kid. Now we're at defund the FBI. I think one of them selling T-shirts to try and raise money using that slogan. Another colleague is talking about abolish the ATF. Another one wants to say defund the Department of Justice. But as you mentioned in your testimony earlier, the FBI is doing a lot of great work protecting the country from terrorism, foreign intelligence threats, international cartels. There's weapons of mass destruction that you mentioned in your testimony. I appreciate that. And also, there's been a great deal of talk about the domestic terror threats. For me, the planned attempt to kidnap the governor of Michigan and apparently kill her was chilling to the extreme, and I appreciate the fact that you all were able to intervene on that. I want to say this quickly too. I'm running short on time, but the misinformation and weaponization claims that have been made by my Republican colleagues, I want to offer these two articles. One is called by Aaron Blake of the Washington Post, All the Ways Trump, Not His Foes, Sought to Weaponize the Government. And then another one, this is Philip Bump. This is on the Missouri v. Biden case, which was quoted extensively at the beginning of the hearing, a deeply ironic reinforcement of right-wing information. The point of this article is that the Missouri v. Biden decision, which, and I know you can't comment on it because it's pending litigation, but I also think it's being challenged by the Department of Justice, and rightly so, because it's riddled with factual inaccuracies and legal inaccuracies as well. One other article for the record, this is by Lee Littman and Lawrence Tribe. Restricting the government for speaking to tech will spread disinformation and harm democracy. I'd like all of those admitted. And then lastly, with respect to the Hunter Biden issue, there's a letter from Abby Lowell, who represents Mr. Biden. This is to Representative Jason Smith, but I think also to Chairman Jordan as well, that raises the pushback on the allegations. That points out that the investigation began during the Republican Trump administration, was supervised by 2 Republican attorneys general, was carried over by a holdover Republican U.S. attorney. Last point I want to make, I promise I won't run over my time much. I happen to represent the district where we contain 2 of the sites where the FBI headquarters could be moved to. The chairman made a reference to maybe not wanting to fund the move, but I must say, I think I had an office near your building. They've got nets around it to keep parts of the building from falling down and hurting pedestrians. The move is important and also would give you a chance to consolidate. Hopefully you'll bring it to Prince George's County. We'll save $1 billion for the taxpayers. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Wray, FBI's mission is to protect the American people and uphold the U.S. Constitution, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we had a couple years ago, it was a hearing, and I actually, looking on all of the concerns that I've seen was really warrantless surveillance and abuses of Section 702 of FISA. I compare your agency to KGB, and spending 2 years in this committee, reading a lot of reports now, doing a lot of hearings, I am really shocked that your agency is involved not just unlawful surveillance of American citizens, intimidation of American citizens, censorship of American citizens, potential cover-ups of convenient political figures, and potential setups of inconvenient political figures. And a lot of my colleagues asked a lot of questions, but I think when we look at that, and unfortunately we haven't been doing our job authorizing spending, which was not authorized by our committee already for over a decade, we're going to have this serious conversation and including reauthorization of Section 702. But I want to talk about, follow up on some other issues that you mentioned about that my colleagues I was talking about, and you mentioned that you focus on malign foreign actors. So in Durham report, which describes 2020, he states, and this is a quote, "Steele subsources could have been compromised by the Russians. FBI never gave appropriate consideration to the possibility that the Steele reports was Russian disinformation. No vetting happened. You have some falsified FISA court application. You have some very shady, confidential human sources that you kept paying for them. Nothing was vetted. Some of your head of counterintelligence division was accused of taking money from Russian oligarchs just recently this year. So you said it all was bad. Now we go to 2022. your agency is involved with SBU, Security Service of Ukraine, to actually provide information to big tech to censor just views of American people. No vetting seems as happening. This is information, actually a lot of this information was pro-Russian against Ukraine and pro-Putin. Your agents just pass it along. It seems like nothing happened. And it's interesting for me that, when I raised some issue, actually beginning of July, and what's happening in Ukraine, I don't have any confidential human sources, just using common sense and intelligence that something is wrong happening in Ukraine. It seems like there is a lot of infiltration. I was attacked. Oh my gosh, how can you question? Well, strangely enough, after me raising this question in the middle of July, President Zelensky fired his SBU top guy, opens over 600 investigations, is potential, infiltration by Russians, and then fire a lot of other people for corruption, and anti-corruption prosecutor was suddenly installed. But what is really interesting for me, how could you have these processes, and are you doing actually any investigation to look? Because it seems to me, as I understand, you still have our agencies working with SBU, with, coming from KGB time and FSB time has a lot of potential to have this infiltration. Are you doing any investigations on these issues?
Doing investigations on...
Yeah, to look at that, why we're doing unvetted information we're taking from SBU, which actually was infiltrated and given to censor Americans to our big tech companies. Are you looking into that as an agency?
I'm not sure there's an investigation that is directly on point to what you're saying. I mean, certainly the SBU is an agency that we
So we're not doing
worked with for a long time.
So did we change the processes now, since we know your guys work with SBU? SBU was infiltrated by Russian, and big tech was censoring American citizens with this unvetted information that actually was provided by Russians. Do you change any processes? Or is it still happening? You have still the same processes that happen. Is it still happening now?
Well, the engagement that we had with SBU was during the...
But I'm talking right now.
Yeah.
Because recently, some of your agents had actually a joint meeting, and they were bragging how they're top cooperations with SBU. Did you change processes?
I'm not sure what processes you're talking
To
about.
vet information.
Yeah.
What's happening?
Again, during the period at the beginning of the invasion...
No, I'm talking right now.
Yeah.
Do you vet information that you get from agencies like SBU? I mean, I don't know if we're are we being stupid? I understand. Are we being infiltrated by Russians or corrupt? I don't understand why we're not vet information with such a really challenging agency. So are you changing anything of that? I would like to have a briefing or something on this, because if you're not looking at that, I have a huge problem with that.
I'm happy to try to see if we can arrange to get you a better briefing on the subject.
Because this is a serious national security issue. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina. Oh, unanimous, I'm sorry. Gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chairman. The lone ranger on this side.
Thanks for sticking with us.
We appreciate you for a moment, and all my members. Let me just quickly indicate that I have a document that is a tweet that is wanting to submit into the record. Two of the Republican witnesses were gifted 255,000 checks. 255,000 in checks immediately after they testified before this committee. It seems to be quid pro quo, but the fact of the tweet that I'm submitting from Mr. Kyle Serapin says the fact that Mr. Allen has not yet cashed a check is not that he did not receive the check. So I submit in the record the tweet from Mr. Serapin, who indicated that two gentlemen, Garrett and Marcus, were receiving a check of
Continuing your attack on whistleblowers without objection. Those are
just a clarification, Mr. Chairman, and then finally, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Department of Homeland Security, Strategic Intelligence Assessment and Data on Domestic Terrorism, dated October 2022, Appendix A, the document itself, Appendix A, Appendix B, and the categories of domestic violent extremism.
Without objection.
Your kindness is appreciated. Thank you very much.
The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A few weeks ago, Special Counsel Durham confirmed the FBI had bias against President Trump and took unprecedented steps to go after him during the 2016 presidential election. The Durham report showed, one, the FBI did not have an adequate basis to launch the investigation. 2, it didn't verify or examine all of the evidence. And 3, the FBI was politically charged against then-candidate Trump. This, of course, was before your time. But here we go again. In August of 22, the FBI raided the personal residence of President Trump. This unprecedented raid was a shocking escalation in what we talk about with the weaponization of the federal government against political opponents. You know, our country is almost 250 years old. We've had 46 presidents. This is unprecedented. When we say it's unprecedented, we mean it. This has never been seen before in our country's history. Just like we saw in the Durham report, the FBI did not follow traditional protocols, and this investigation was chock full of abnormalities. So I kind of want to go into those a little bit. Director Ray, as you know, the committee recently conducted a transcribed interview with Stephen D'Antuono, the former assistant director in charge of the FBI's Washington field office. He has over 20 years of FBI experience, and he expressed some strong concerns with your department's handling of the case, the DOJ's handling of the case. The first abnormality deals with the FBI office that they conducted the raid themselves. Director Ray, generally speaking, which FBI office oversees Palm Beach, Florida?
The Miami office has an office in Palm Beach, but to the question you're asking, it's not unusual for a field office that is investigating the case to send the case team down to be involved in conducting a search.
And President Trump's residence is in Palm Beach, Florida, is that correct?
Yes.
Director Ray, did the Miami field office conduct the investigation and search at Mar-a-Lago?
The Washington field office conducted the search, although I think there was some assistance by people from the Miami office.
But it was primarily run out of Washington and not the Miami field office.
Which was the case team that had opened the investigation.
Did the FBI
based on a
headquarters-
referral from the National Archives, which is in D.C.
Did the FBI headquarters in Washington instruct the Washington field office to start that investigation and that raid at Mar-a-Lago?
Well, the investigation was opened in the field by the Washington field office.
Right, so it was not Miami, it was Washington.
And the Washington field office opened the investigation based on a referral from the National Archives, which is also in D.C., so that makes sense.
Who made the decision to have the Washington field office execute that search warrant rather than the Miami field office?
I can't speak to the specific individual. As you know, this is an ongoing case, and internal deliberations about
I'm not asking about the facts of the case. I'm asking about who made the call to go to Washington and use the Washington field office as opposed to Miami? Would that have been you?
Well, no, the Washington field office opened the investigation because they're the office where the National Archives is, which is what referred the investigation and kicked off the whole investigation.
Director, on May 15, 2023, the FBI, your special counsel, or excuse me, not your special counsel, your general counsel sent a letter to Special Counsel Durham in response to his report. In that letter, the FBI wrote, quote, FBI executive management has instructed investigations to be run out of the field and not from headquarters. So despite the location of the search occurring in the territory of the FBI's field office, the Washington field office instructed the raid. This is inconsistent with the FBI statement from 2 months ago. I want to move on to a second abnormality.
I'm sorry, it's actually not
I've got 1 minute left. Well, I got 1 minute left, Director. Now, is it normal for a U.S. attorney to be assigned to an investigation, a high-profile investigation?
Well, that's a decision that's made over at the Justice Department as to how they allocate
But that's normal
responsibility.
protocol, is that correct?
I mean, there are investigations, prosecutions and cases that are handled by Main Justice. There are trial attorneys there, but again, I only speak to the FBI's decision-making, not to the Justice Department.
And a U.S. attorney was not initially assigned to this investigation, were they?
I think that's correct, but again, I would refer you to the Justice Department for any questions about U.S. attorneys versus Main Justice.
And the third abnormality that I find really troubling, probably the most troubling, quite frankly, is the FBI did not first seek consent to search the residence, did they?
Well, there is a very detailed filing in court that goes through in fairly excruciating detail the process that was followed that led up to the execution of the search. And it goes through in great detail the efforts that were made to secure documents. Because this case is now pending and moving forward in federal court, I want to respect that and not engage in more discussion beyond. But other than refer you to the filing, which lays out in great detail, I think, the answers to your questions.
Director. The Durham report laid out very clearly that in cases, just in general, that you cross every T and dot every I. That was not done here. You didn't run it out of the field office. You didn't have a U.S. attorney assigned to the case. Senior officials did not listen to people on the ground, as the testimony of Mr. D'Antuono talked about. You didn't ask for consent from their attorney. You didn't ask for a consent search, despite the president having cooperated and handed over documents for a long period of time. And you refused to wait for President Trump's own attorney to get to Mar-a-Lago to do this with you. And so what has changed since Durham? You've acknowledged this in 2023 that things should be run out of the field, that you've made internal process changes, but nothing has really changed since 2016, and that's my big concern. With that, I yield back.
I could not disagree more, but we'll just have to disagree on that one.
Well, here's what he said. This is questions from the Democrat lawyer in the depositions to in the deposition of Mr. D'Antuono. Can you explain to the attendees here why the case was not assigned to, for example, the Miami field office? And Mr. D'Antuono's answer was, I have absolutely no idea. And then they said the investigation was handled differently. And he said, his answer was, it was handled differently than I would have expected to be than any other case is handled. So I think that was the member's point, and that's the concern that we have, in spite of the letter we got from your general counsel. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas for 5 minutes, and then we'll go to Wisconsin.
A recent poll found that 37% of Americans have a positive view of the FBI. And that's from an NBC poll. I wouldn't exactly call that right media propaganda, and I think I know why. Here's what the American people know and believe about the FBI today, sir. If you are a Trump, you'll be prosecuted. If you are a Biden, you'll be protected. And the American people that I represent are sick and tired of this double standard. It seems like every single hearing that we have in this room, we talk about the two-tiered justice system of Biden's DOJ and the FBI, and as we were talking earlier, here we are again. President Trump endured an unprecedented raid at his home in Mar-a-Lago. President Biden's home, however, was respectfully browsed. President Trump is facing up to 400 years in federal prison for allegedly being in possession of classified documents he obtained as the commander-in-chief of these United States of America. And meanwhile, President Biden is facing no charges for the classified documents he had held at his time as a senator and a vice president, not the president of these United States of America. And last I checked, he had no legal authority to declassify those documents. Assuming President Trump was in possession of said classified documents, would those documents be more secure surrounded by Secret Service at Mar-a-Lago or in a box in a garage behind your Corvette? You know the answer to that question. Question for you, sir. What can you tell us about the status of the FBI's investigation of President Biden's classified documents found next to his Corvette in Delaware and those found at the Penn Biden Center? Do we have an update on that, sir?
What I can tell you is that there is an ongoing special counsel investigation led by Mr. Robert Hur, and we have FBI agents affiliated with it, working on it, working very actively and aggressively with him on that case. I obviously disagree with your description of the two standards. In my view, at least under my watch, we have one standard.
Okay.
And that is we're going to pursue the facts wherever they lead, no matter who likes it. And I add that last part because especially in sensitive investigations, almost by definition, somebody's not going to like it.
So I understand, and that's actually why I led with the sentiment of the American people. I understand that's your sentiment. I do want to finish this. So I want everybody to talk about this dichotomy that we have seen. I get your point, sir, but that's just not what we see as the public, as we the people. We see one case being fast-tracked and one case being slow-walked. We see one president's home being raided, the other president's home being kindly searched. You have one government agency, the Secret Service, protecting the former president and his home, and another government agency, the FBI, raiding the same home. Now, to me, sir, that's tragically ironic. And we expect more from a functional constitutional republic, and these things shouldn't be happening. Now, it's my opinion that Joe Biden is the most unpopular president we have seen in a century, and that's why he knows the only way to stop President Trump from beating him in November is by putting him in jail. You talked about this, Mr. Fry. In the 247 years of this existence of this great nation, only one president has ever been indicted by the DOJ and has home raided by the FBI. Now, some have said that President Trump's indictment means that no one is above the law. Okay, all right, I would love to see that. But what about Hillary Clinton? And what about Joe Biden? And what about Hunter Biden, who is America's favorite son? And let me tell you something, I got a 4-year-old daughter and a 2-year-old daughter at my house. Hunter Biden to me is like glitter. He is on everything and you cannot get rid of him. And yet nothing is going to be done about this. We're sick of it. James Comey decided not to prosecute Hillary Clinton despite overwhelming evidence that she committed crimes. And as I recall, it was the position of the FBI to not prosecute because they didn't want to interfere with the presidential election. What do you call this? The Iowa caucuses are in 6 months. 6 months. I think the American public would expect to see this from Cuba and from Venezuela and from Russia and from China, but not here. The people expect us to have blind justice. They expect equal justice under the law. It is not the job of the DOJ or the FBI to prosecute Joe Biden's top political opponent, who is leading in every single primary poll, and the Iowa caucuses are in 6 months. Let the people decide. It's our job to uphold the Constitution. As a West Point grad and military veteran, this is the Constitution I give my life to protect, and I expect us all to uphold it likewise. Thank you so much for being here.
Mr. Chairman, may I briefly respond?
Sure.
So number one, as to the investigations related to Mrs. Clinton, as you noted, that happened under my predecessor, and I'm not going to attempt to speak for or defend that decision.
I recognize that.
Second, as to your descriptions of the investigations related to Hunter Biden, as you know, there is an ongoing investigation being led by the Delaware U.S. Attorney appointed by President Trump, and we are actively working on that investigation with him.
We look forward to seeing the results of this quickly and swiftly.
And third and finally, to your point about the American people and their views, I worry less about NBC polls or polls by any other news outlet, but I will tell you that the number of people in Texas applying to work for us since I've been in this job has gone up 93%, and in fact,
I'm not going to quote Matt Gaetz. I heard his response to this earlier.
In fact, we have more applicants from the state of Texas annually in the last several years than any other state in the country.
And that makes sense because Texas is the greatest state in the country.
Then I think that speaks very well of the view of Texans about the FBI.
Director, any agents who served on the Crossfire Hurricane investigation or the Mueller investigation, are any of those agents on Mr. Hur or Mr. Smith's special counsel team?
I don't believe so, but I can't, on the top of my head, go through the list of, there's a lot of agents involved in the 2 investigations, and so let me check into that and see if there's any way we can get back to you on that, because I don't want to get out over my skis.
Thank you. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 5 minutes.
Director Ray, thanks for being here today. On June 21st, the committee heard testimony from Special Counsel John Durham. Have you reviewed his findings, and did you dispute any of those?
I have reviewed them. There's a big multi-100-page binder of it sitting right to my right on my desk, and I refer to it frequently. I can't say that I'm aware of anything specific that I would dispute in it. Certainly, as you may know, not only did we fully cooperate with him in the investigation, as he noted in his report, but I actually assigned a bunch of agents and FBI personnel to work on it with him to help him. And I'm very proud of the fact that the reforms that we've put in place in response to the Inspector General's investigation, also in the Crossfire Hurricane, as well as some other changes that we made working closely with Attorney General Barr, if those reforms had been in place back at the time that all of this stuff that Special Counsel Durham found, I don't think any of this would have happened.
So the confirmation bias, which was brought up time and time again when Durham was here before the committee, you feel those have been addressed? I think Jason Jones says you put together a letter and that includes a lot of that information. Do you feel that's adequate, or?
Well, I'm ambitious by nature for us as an organization, so we're constantly looking for more things we can do, but I'll give you an example on this issue of bias because I think it's so important. One of the things that I did as FBI director, and I did this a couple of years ago, was in order, and this frankly, it was in reaction in many ways more to both the Hillary Clinton investigation as well as the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, was that I put in place training for the entire workforce that focused specifically not just on the importance of avoiding bias, but the importance of avoiding even the appearance of bias. And one of the things that I did to make sure that I was sending that message was that rather than like the way it normally happens in a bureaucracy where all the training gets saddled on all the folks on the front lines right out of the gates, I started with the top 200, 300 or so people in the organization, brought them all to Quantico for an entire day, stand down. We heard from the federal judiciary, the inspector general, the Hatch Act Office of Special Counsel, and the whole point of it was the importance of not just objectivity, but making sure that we are faithful to the appearance of objectivity as well. And then we had a smaller version of that went out to the whole workforce. But the idea was to send the message that everybody at the top has to take the medicine first.
So there's two other things that were in there. Serious lack of analytical rigor was one of the other things that Durham brought up numerous times. And then I'll just, there was a noticeable departure from how the FBI approached matters involving possible attempted foreign election interference plans amid, as you just brought up, at the Clinton campaign. So the question would be, has the FBI protocol surrounding investigations, I want to know specifically in the presidential campaigns, what's the policy now? We're on the verge of another nationwide election, and I'm wondering, is there anything specific in writing that you could inform the committee of this afternoon?
Well, we put in place a whole slew of reforms that I helped to try to mitigate against the kind of concerns you're raising. Whether there's a specific one that I would think is kind of, I don't think there's any one that's a single silver bullet. I know that Attorney General Barr and I put in place certain reforms that dealt with particularly sensitive investigations and approvals that would have to be required before anything like that could happen. I know that was very important to him, and we worked together on that. But we have a whole slew of additional approvals, sign-offs, triple checks, safeguards, et cetera, that go into a lot of these kinds of issues. When you raise the issue of analytical rigor, obviously I talk about rigor. I bet my folks would tell you they hear the word rigor coming out of my mouth probably every single day. And that is something that we're always aspiring to get better at.
So if you had somebody within the FBI that you found out was involved in trying to manipulate or rig an election, especially at the national level, I mean, how would that be handled by the FBI? How would you handle it as a director?
Well, obviously it would depend on the specific facts as to exactly what it is the person was doing, but accepting your premise, that's the kind of thing that would have the person referred to our disciplinary process.
To be fired or terminated?
And the process would play itself out. I mean, we have a whole offense code that goes into, what different rules we have and different punishments, and there's a whole complicated system that goes into the disciplinary process. Our disciplinary process is, for the most part, I think one of the better ones in federal law enforcement, but there is a process that we have to follow.
Has anybody that was involved in that type of action in the past been disciplined for that at the FBI?
Well, let me answer that this way. Obviously, former employees, the important point here is that all the senior managers in any way involved in the Crossfire Hurricane investigation are all gone from the FBI for a variety of reasons in a variety of ways. To the extent that there's anybody left, you're talking about a small handful of currently line-level employees, all of whom have been referred to this disciplinary process. That process, as you may have heard me say in response to an earlier exchange, as is typical, working with Special Counsel Durham, we had to put that kind of on hold until he could finish his case, because the criminal case had to come first. And that process is now fully underway. But again, you're talking about a few relatively line-level people where we erred on the side of inclusion. So anybody who touched it, we sent them to the process, and we'll see where that plays itself out. But the key point is that all the main players, if you will, the senior people, are all gone. I put in place an entirely new leadership team.
Very good. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Director, for your patience. So you're very, very good at your job, and as illustrated by the last 4 hours, And I just want to say that you're way better at defending than you are at explaining what you're going to do about the problems that have led to your dismal public profile. And I wish it was better, but I have the most recent poll here from, I think it's from Harris. Yes, it is, the Harvard CAPS Harris poll. 70% of respondents said that they were either very or somewhat concerned about interference by the FBI and other intelligence agencies in elections. 71% agreed that changes post-2016 had not done enough to prevent further interference and that wide-ranging reform still required. Now, I also, pretty interesting article in the Inquirer, the damning Durham report, and I'll just read from you this quote from Mr. Durham. The promulgation of additional rules and regulations to be learned in yet more training sessions would likely prove to be a fruitless exercise. So you must have done something more than promulgating additional rules and regulations, because to me, that doesn't do much at all when we're going to an issue that probably is cultural. And to that end, I just want to share with you some of the things I hear from my sheriffs across my 20 counties. So I have 20 county sheriffs. In fact, one of my brothers used to be one for 15 years. And so I called him, my brother, and I said, hey, what was your experience with the FBI? And he said, they're very qualified. But when they appear, you know you have to be aware that part of their job is to enforce Section 1983. And he pointed that out just because there's a constant tension between FBI and local law enforcement. Would you agree? And by the way, when you go out and you talk to sheriffs, nobody's going to say to the director of the FBI, we don't like you. Why would they do such a crazy thing? They want your help. And by the way, I asked for your help down in Southern Oregon against all the drug cartels. And to your credit, and your office out of Portland's credit, you did your best to help. You don't have very many people there, but you did your best to help. But for you to come in here and say, I've never heard from a sheriff that we're doing a bad job. Well, no, you haven't. But now tell me, am I wrong? Am I saying that sheriffs would walk right up to you and say, you know, you're doing a bad job? I mean, how many have said that to you?
Well, my experience with sheriffs actually has been that they are often very colorful and very blunt in their communications.
But you didn't mention.
So I feel that they.
But let me, forgive me for interrupting. But earlier today, you didn't say anything about them being negative. And what I'm trying to get at here is, you've done your job today to defend your agency, and good for you. But it's not what we're here today. I want to go to Durham's page 288 of his report. And this is going to the heart, I think, of what your problem, part of your problem may be. And he's making his observations. He's very careful to protect you. He says, in making observations, we're mindful of the benefit of hindsight. And then he says this, some FBI employees who were interviewed by our investigators advised they had significant reservations about aspects of Crossfire Hurricane and tried to convey their misgivings. Others had doubts about the investigation, did not voice their concerns. In some cases, nothing was said because of a sense there had to be more compelling information in possession of those closest to the, and still other and current former employees who maintained they did their best to take reasonable investigative steps and acted within your procedure and guideline. Here's what I'm getting at here is, I don't think people within your organization are comfortable calling out negative things. I don't think they are. And I wouldn't be either. I'd be worried, because I look at what happens to whistleblowers and others. I'd go, oh man, this is not a safe place to be. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. And I think that is not a good thing for your agency. But you know where it starts? It starts with actually admitting that you got a problem. And I don't think you're very good at that either. I'm going to your testimony, page 13. You might want to look at it. I'm sure you wrote it, so you probably don't have to. But on page 13, last paragraph, you write, to be sure, nobody more deeply shares members' concerns regarding past FBI, and here's the words, compliance violations. Compliance, is that all they did? Aren't there a whole bunch of better terms? I went to ChatGPT to find out, and I found these words that might have been better. But I'm really asking you: is that all they did? Didn't they break a law? Didn't they do something more than fail to comply? I'm asking you: if the culture is the issue, doesn't the leader have to at least call out bad acts a little more aggressively? That's my question.
Number one, depending on what the violation is, that may or may not be the right description. Some of the things that have happened in the past are things that I have deplored in the strongest possible terms. Some of the things that have happened in the past, I think, are described as compliance violations. So there's no one description that fits everything that has gone wrong at the FBI over the last 5 or 10 years. My language, in general, tends to be fairly measured. I think that's a fair statement about me. Some people refer to me as low-key, but no one should ever mistake my demeanor for what my spine is made out of. And I have made it very clear to our people over and over and over again that I expect them to do their work in the right way with rigor and objectivity. And as to FBI employees' willingness to speak freely and to complain, much like our exchange about sheriffs, I will tell you, your description of our employees doesn't fit with my experience. When I get out to all 56 field offices, one of the things that I do, especially on this last round, my second round, was to meet with employees without their executive management present, just me and them, including people who are retirement eligible. And we have a term, an affectionate slang term for people who are retirement eligible. It's called KMA. You can guess what KMA stands for, and it reflects their ability, because they're retirement eligible, to be able to speak freely. And they complain to me about all kinds of things, and we have a very lively conversation. So I'm quite confident that my employees feel comfortable talking to me about problems and things that we need to fix. But my demeanor is part of what you're reacting to.
Yeah, forgive me for interrupting, but my time is over. I want to thank you for your candor, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Director Ray, thank you for being here. You know, believe it or not, I'm basically just a simple country dentist, but I do know my dentistry. And one thing I know about are abscesses. If you have an abscess, you can have a mild or moderate one, and you treat it with antibiotics and warm salt rinses, and in a week to 10 days, it'll be better. If you have a severe one, you've got to take a scalpel to that abscess. You've got to cut it open, and you've got to let the pus and the blood and the gas drain out. If you don't, that abscess will travel. It'll travel to the patient's brain possibly, or to their heart, and it definitely can kill them. That's the type of infection that I feel is within the FBI today. It has gotten so deep that we need to get in there with a metaphorical scalpel before it kills our nation. We need real structural change, and this committee is that metaphorical scalpel. A clear sign of the rot is a memo where your agents, and I know you say you feel bad about this too, but nevertheless, and I don't think you like to talk about it, but your agents in the field office attempted to spy on Catholic churches and their congregations and frame them as extremists. This is unbelievable. How do we get there? Who exactly are the Catholics you're going to go after here, or they were going to go after? The charitable men of the Knights of Columbus that help their communities, that help charities, that help people in every way they can? Or maybe we meant the folks that are fighting for the sanctity of life? Or are you talking about those who hold true to their beliefs rooted in the traditional values and teachings of the Catholic faith? As a Roman Catholic myself, and I believe you are as well, I was deeply, deeply disturbed by this memo. And it's shameful. It was only rescinded after basically it got leaked to the public. That should scare each and every American, from parents at school board meetings to grandmas clutching their rosary beads. The misguided priorities of our intelligence community put every American at risk, and it is wrong. It is un-American, and it undermines two of our most important tenets: freedom of speech and freedom of religion. It's what our nation is built upon. Director Ray, you work for the American people. They pay your salary. They pay all of our salaries. They don't work for us. You work for them. You are supposed to protect them from the bad guys. And now many feel that they need protection from the FBI. I have a few questions here. Despite multiple requests, why hasn't the FBI produced an unredacted copy of this memo that really outlines this? It isn't public security, it isn't national security, it isn't public safety. This is an internal thing that you all did that was wrong, and we as a committee this committee, have the right to look at it. When are we going to get it? Why haven't we gotten it already? Unredacted.
We redact information for a variety of reasons that cover various rules that apply to us.
So I
our
want to know
ability
why
to
this one.
transparent. So-
I don't know about the rules. All I know, I told you, man, I'm not a lawyer, all right? But you know what I want to know? I want to know why we don't know what happened here. That people in their churches had to worry, and it isn't something that's going to affect national security. So whatever damn rule it is you have, we should change that rule. Because when something like this happens, and it isn't a matter of national security, then we should know. So I'd like to know when we're going to get it. I'd like a date certain.
What I can tell you is that we are almost done with our internal review, and as I said to the chairman, we're going to be providing a briefing to the committee on what the internal review found.
When?
It should be later this summer.
And why do we need your internal review? Good you're doing an internal review. You should do a lot internally. But why don't we get the information when we ask for it, when we subpoena for it? We clearly are not creating any risk to our nation or national security. You could give us that tomorrow. Why don't we get that part tomorrow, and then you can give us the briefing and the internal review?
As I said, we're going to give you a briefing on the internal review, and then we can discuss additional information that may.
Because you're going to try to shape it differently and make it out that it was kind of okay.
On that, no. I will tell you that I am not going to defend or excuse that memo
I
or that
understand
product.
you said that. I have simple yes or no. These are real easy questions. Has the FBI created or maintained any list of Roman Catholic churches? Yes or no?
Any list of Roman Catholic
churches? Correct.
Well, we're certainly not targeting any Roman Catholic churches.
Well, they
That I can
were.
assure
They
you.
were. The field office was
No,
until
no,
we
that's-
found out. But do you, as a yes or no, do you have a list? If you don't have a list, it's easy to say no.
Well, we have 38,000 employees. We engage with churches of all kinds.
So you may have a list of churches that you're looking at for possible problems.
No, not for possible investigation.
How about Russian Orthodox churches?
Same answer.
Greek Orthodox churches? Tell me, yes or
Again,
no? Evangelical churches? Tell me
We
yes
do
or
not-
no?
We do not maintain.
Yes or
list-
no?
Excuse me?
Please answer yes or no.
It's not a yes or no question.
It is a yes or no. If you've got a list of churches that you're targeting and looking at, the answer is yes. If you don't, the answer is no.
If your question is, do we have a list of churches that we are targeting, then the answer is no, we do not have.
How about Jewish synagogues? Yes or no? Same question.
We do not maintain any kind of list of religious institutions that we're targeting because we are not targeting religious institutions.
Let me tell you, it's a sorry state of affairs that these questions are questions I have to ask, and it's a damn shame to see what's become of our once universally respected FBI. We need structural change, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Director, the 5 individuals who signed off on that memo, have any of them lost their security clearance during this internal investigation?
I don't believe anybody has lost a security clearance, but again, we have an internal review pending, and that I'll let that come to its conclusion.
How did you become aware of the Catholic memo that the gentleman just referenced?
How did I become aware of it?
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman may state his point of order.
Whose time is the chairman consuming with
I
his...
thought for the committee, it's not a point of order. The chair now recognizes the gentleman for Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I will say this, Mr. Ray, I'm one of those sheriffs that will be very blunt with you today. That's right here. I've had an opportunity to look at your testimony, lots of stuff, and hear about numerous task forces, crimes being committed against children, including even infants and toddlers, MS-13 gang members coming across the open southern border, the poisoning and killing of the American people with fentanyl, the sex trafficking, the human trafficking. It's quite clear, it is clear that you guys are dealing with some of the sickest bastards in our society. I have an article here from CNN in January 2022 calling the January 6th investigation the biggest investigation in FBI history. And what shocks me about this, quite honestly, is that you don't mention January 6th. Again, the biggest investigation, not one time in your 14-page testimony. You don't mention it one time. And that makes me ask myself the question, what the hell are you hiding? Sir, you mentioned 38,000 agents and support personnel in your agency. How many FBI agents and support personnel have you assigned to the January 6th investigation?
I don't know that I know the number. I know we have a lot of people working on it in
Lots
multiple
then,
field
fair
offices.
enough, lots. Knowing that you are dealing with some of the sickest people in our society with investigations related to child sex trafficking, have you reassigned any of these agents or personnel to investigate January 6th? Yes or no?
I don't believe we have reassigned people away from child exploitation to January 6th.
Now, let me just say this, Director. I find that
my
answer
knowledge.
disturbing because last month, Steve Friend, he testified before the Weaponization Committee. Mr. Friend was a domestic terrorism investigator for you, and he was told by one of his superiors that January 6th was, I quote, a higher priority than pursuing child pornography cases, end quote. And for those of you watching in America, understand today's FBI is more concerned about searching for and arresting Grandma and Grandpa for entering the Capitol building that day than pursuing the sick individuals in our society who prey on our children. And Mr. Ray, your priorities are flawed. But let's rehash what we know so far, all right? It's the largest investigation in FBI history, and you don't mention it in your testimony. Agents have been reassigned from child exploitation cases and so on. So now let's get into the money, Mr. Ray. How much taxpayer money has been spent on January 6th?
I don't know that I have the figure
You don't have
in
it?
my
Okay,
head,
fine.
but
Mr. Ray, I got an article here, December 22, 2022, 2 years after the events of January 6th, and it says the Justice Department has requested another $34 million from Congress. And number one, you shouldn't get another dime. The FBI shouldn't get another dime for this political witch hunt against the greatest president in my lifetime, Donald J. Trump. I want to turn my attention now to this fella, this character, Mr. Ray Epps. We've all heard of him. We've heard of Mr. Ray Epps. He was number 16 on your FBI most wanted list. He was encouraging people the night prior and the day of to go into the Capitol. And Mr. Ray Epps can be seen at the first breach of Capitol grounds at approximately 12:50 p.m. Play the clip, please.
We need to go into the Capitol.
Into the Capitol.
Into the Capitol. What? We are going to the Capitol, where our problems are. It's that direction. Please spread the word. All right, noted. Okay, but one more thing.
Yeah, so can we go up there? No?
When we go in,
Are we gonna get arrested if we
leave
go
this
up there?
here. You don't need to get
Should we
shot.
arrest us?
There he is, breaching the line, going in at the first breach into the Capitol grounds, a restricted area. Mr. Ray, you have arrested hundreds of people related to January 6th. And there have been people arrested for breaching Capitol grounds. Cooey Griffin is an example. Rachel Genko is an example. And then we go to Mr. Brandon Strecka. Brandon was arrested for disorderly and disruptive conduct, which included yelling, I quote, "Go, go, go," as rioters tried to empty the Capitol. These three never went into the Capitol. They never assaulted anyone. So let's be honest with each other. There is very little difference between the actions of Ray Epps and Brandon Strecka that day, but yet Strecka was arrested and Epps wasn't. Epps also testified to the January 6th committee. He was back at his hotel when video evidence showed that he wasn't. He lied. He was on the Capitol grounds just as Brandon Strecka was. Epps even texted his nephew at 2:12 p.m. and said, I quote, "I was in the front with a few others." It was on the video. "I also orchestrated it." Now look into the camera, sir, when you answer my next question. Are you going to arrest Mr. Epps, yes or no?
I'm not going to engage here in a discussion about individual people who are or are not going to be prosecuted.
Can I get a commitment? You just watched the video. I'm an old law dog. I understand a little bit about probable cause. He did very little. There was very little difference what he did and Mr. Strecka. You can see him. He's encouraging, I almost think he's inciting a riot. He's encouraging people the night prior to go into the Capitol, the day of, go into the Capitol, and he was at the first breach, and he breached the restricted area. Everybody, a lot of people getting arrested for not going into the Capitol, but they're in the restricted area, but yet, Ray Epps, who many people feel, fed, right? And there's a lot of clout over this. So my point is this. You arrested a lot of folks for unlawful activity. You just saw the video. And I will tell you, Mr. Ray, if you don't arrest Mr. Epps, there's a reason behind it. I believe you know what it is, and it appears to me you are protecting this guy. I strongly recommend you get your house back in order. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, if I might briefly.
Gentlemen, respond, then we got a couple point of orders.
It is
Not
never,
unanimous consent, excuse me. Go ahead.
it has never been appropriate for an FBI director in congressional testimony to be weighing in on who is or isn't going to be arrested and who is or isn't going to get charged, which is a prosecutor's decision. If you are suggesting that the violence that at the Capitol on January 6th was part of some operation orchestrated by FBI sources or FBI agents, the answer is no, it was not. And to suggest otherwise is a disservice to our hardworking, dedicated law enforcement professionals.
Can I respond to that now that the point is, he was number 16 on your list.
Yeah,
he was 16 on your list. You never arrested him. But hundreds of Americans were arrested. Shame on you.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida for unanimous consent.
Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent for all members have 5 legislative days to submit any additional materials as well as any questions for the record for the director, and I would hope that those questions for the record we would submit would receive more timely responses than some of our letters have. I would further seek unanimous consent that the WhatsApp message from Hunter Biden I used earlier in the hearing be submitted for the record.
Well, without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a unanimous consent request that a article from the Daily Mail dated today with the headline, January 6th protester Ray Epps reveals he's forced to live in an RV in hiding after death threats over FBI informant conspiracy. Feds confirm he's never worked for them as he slams right-wing theorists using him as a scapegoat. I'd like to offer this into the record.
Without objection, chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Ray, thank you for your time today. You said earlier in response to Representative Isa's questions that the job of the FBI is to, 1, undertake criminal investigations, and 2, protect the U.S. from national security threats. Would you agree with me that in doing those activities, the FBI has to do a lot of that in what are effectively confidential conditions? Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you're undertaking those activities in those confidential conditions, you're going to require tools that have been appropriated by Congress in the past, tools that say to you, we're going to trust you to use those tools correctly, and in return, the FBI then is expected to not abuse the trust of those tools that are provided to the FBI to undertake its activities. Is that a correct statement as well?
Yes, I would agree with that.
So trust is a very important thing, both the giving of trust when you get those tools, and then making sure that you do not abuse those that trust once those tools have been given to you. Were you aware that according to a recent poll by Harvard Caps Harris, 70% of respondents in the United States said that they were either very or somewhat concerned about interference by the FBI and other intelligence agencies in the elections? Were you aware of that?
I'm not aware of the particular survey or poll or study or whatever it is.
In that same poll, 71% of Americans, which is certainly a bipartisan group, agreed that internal FBI changes post-2016 had not done enough to prevent further interference in elections, and that, quote, wide-ranging reform was still required. And again, you're not aware of those numbers?
No.
Does any of that shock you?
You know, I don't spend a lot of time as FBI director worrying about polls. What I do look at is whether people want to work with us, whether people want to work for us. And on both of those metrics, we're actually going up quite significantly. In fact, in your home state of Texas, we've got a 93% increase in the number of Texans applying to work for the FBI since I've been in this job. And in fact, it's the highest. Texas has more people applying to work for the FBI than any other state in the union.
Even if you do not watch polls, certainly you appreciate the fact that you want the trust of the American people. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
All right. Does it bother you that so many Americans do not trust the FBI presently?
Well, again, I don't spend a lot of time worrying about polls. I do care about what I hear from the American people otherwise. But it bothers me anytime any American has lost trust in the FBI. Of course, that concerns me.
Earlier, you're talking to Representative Hageman, and you said where we can take action where possible to remove them from the chain of command, and then you ended your time, you got cut off because we had to get some votes. You were going to say something further on that. Do you have any plans to remove anybody from the chain of command or go through a process to determine who should be removed from the chain of command?
Well, I have already removed any number of people from at different stages of my tenure from the chain of command. I have also referred people to our disciplinary arm, which has resulted in some cases in termination.
Do you have any plans to do any more of that?
If somebody has violated a rule, absolutely.
When we talk about a good faith basis for trust to Americans, both Republicans and Democrats, does it bother you that these illegal FISA queries have continued even with efforts of the FBI to try to reduce them, that we now have somewhere between a couple 100,000 and at least 1 million of illegal FISA inquiries?
Well, there are two things going on there. One, I think your numbers of what are actually illegal are off. But second, and more importantly to me, all of the changes that we have put in place to address compliance failures that I consider unacceptable have pointed to the effectiveness of the reforms that we put in place. So that I'm talking about.
What number of illegal FISA queries would you put on the table as those that you know of?
Well, here's what I can tell you. The most recent FISA court opinion found, I think it's a like 98% compliance rate. The most recent DOJ audit found a 99 or 98% compliance rate.
Is that acceptable to you? Is that 1% or 2%
we strive, no, we strive for 100%. But all of those things, whether it's the FISC, the FISA court, whether it's ODNI, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, whether it's DOJ, whether it's our own Office of Internal Audit, which I created, by the way, all four of those things have shown that the reforms that we've been putting in place have already had dramatic positive impact. Am I satisfied with that? No.
Has anybody been fired or removed as a result of their inappropriate use of FISA?
Well, the last time somebody has had truly abusive behavior with respect to FISA, it goes back a ways, but those people have been gone from the organization.
Are you making a distinction between truly abusive and just abusive? What's the distinction there?
Well, the distinction I would draw is between intentional or reckless conduct versus somebody who makes a good faith mistake. To me, a good faith mistake is still a compliance violation, and still somebody needs to be counseled and trained and coached and taught to do it right, but that's different from somebody who intentionally or recklessly breaks the rules.
Director Wray, I'm going to go back where I started, and that is with trust. We trust you when we give the FBI tools. We trust that those tools would not be abused. I think in the last 6 years, certainly we've seen a number of abuses of the tools given, and I think as a result of that, you're going to see a curtailment of some of the tools that are provided to the FBI. That's not a choice that we're in a position that we want to make, but we have to make as a result of the abuses of the trust of the American people. Thank you for your time today.
Gentleman yields back. Director, I have just a couple extra questions, but in fairness to the minority, I'll recognize Mr. Johnson, so he'll go for a few questions. I'll have a few, and then we appreciate you being here for this length of time, and then we'll be able to adjourn the hearing. But the gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you. Director Wray, you have acquitted yourself admirably today under severe and constant fire. And so your day is about to come to a close with your head still standing, your head still held high, and your soul, I'm sure, further empowered to continue doing the right thing on behalf of the American people through your service as director of the FBI, and I thank you for that. You were asked multiple times about the Missouri versus Biden injunction. This is a preliminary injunction issued on a holiday, July 4th, Independence Day. And it makes various allegations that thus far have been totally unproven, but relied upon as true here by members of this committee. What is your response to the allegations that the FBI has been engaged in censoring social media platforms or anyone else?
Well, while I respect the court's decision, I think there are a number of factual findings that we don't agree with. And certainly the FBI is not engaged, in my view, in censorship or content suppression.
My Republican colleagues also seem to think that the FBI is being weaponized against the American people. What is your response to that allegation? And that will be my final question for today to you.
The FBI that I see every day, and again, when I see the FBI, nobody gets to see it the way I do. I've been to all 56 of our field offices at least twice. I've spoken with partners, law enforcement partners in all 50 states multiple times, with federal judges all over the country, with business leaders, community leaders, prosecutors, victims, more importantly, and their families. The FBI that I see every day is working their tails off to protect the American people from a really staggering array of threats. They are an inspiring, incredibly dedicated group of people. And the FBI I see is best captured by the Chicago agent who had his arm shot up by an AR-15 chasing a fugitive and retrained himself to shoot left-handed and then requalified for SWAT left-handed. By the Atlanta agent who unexpectedly came across a fugitive, a gang fugitive, chased the guy into a car, got caught in the car door. The guy drove off with the Atlanta agent stuck in the door. The guy headed out onto the freeway. Poor agent, broke his pelvis and Lord knows how many other things, and yet he still managed to apprehend the subject. The FBI that I see is captured by the Portland agent who, out for a run, comes across a mentally ill woman down in the train tracks and climbs down in the train tracks to try to wrestle her out of the way of the oncoming train while she's trying to bite him and everything else, and gets her to safety. Or the bomb tech who comes across a booby trap, blows up on him, and the next business day he's back at work. That's the FBI that I see. I could give you countless examples. That is the real FBI.
Well, I thank you again for your service, and I appreciate the fact that you have allowed your somewhat loquaciousness to emerge during this hearing with that final response. Thank you.
I think the gentleman yields back. Director, we appreciate those. The whole country does. In fact, I said this in an interview this morning, a TV interview this morning, as two of those agents who served for years in the FBI, did great work, now work for the committee on the Republican staff. And we appreciate the work they did then, the work they're doing now. But they share the same concerns raised by members of the committee. That's why they came to work for us. So I just got a couple other questions. Any of the FBI personnel who did improper queries of the 702 database, have any of those individuals lost their clearance?
Well, we had, depends on how far back you want to go in time. We've had individuals, if you go back to, say, like 2018, I think was the last I remember, where you had somebody who engaged in intentional conduct, and the person, for example, is gone. I think there were security clearances revoked for people back in that time period, but I don't know that we've had somebody who's engaged in, intentional or reckless conduct more recently than that. We have, as you may know, Mr. Chairman, and this actually didn't come up today, but it's important for people to know. We recently put in place a whole new set of accountability policies specifically focused on 702 that go through cascading consequences.
Yep.
And so that's an important
It's been reported that donors of a congressional member of Congress were illegally searched. Has that individual lost their clearance?
I'm not sure I'm familiar with the specific example. So,
well, it's been widely reported that the donor base for a member of Congress has been searched, and I just wondered if the person responsible for that has had any consequences, like a loss of a security clearance.
I don't know the answer.
Okay. Is the FBI assisting the Secret Service in the investigation as to how cocaine wound up at the White House?
Yes, I want to be a little bit careful about what I can say here because the Secret Service is leading the investigation. But as is standard in an investigation where white powder is found, The FBI's lab personnel did an evaluation to determine whether or not there was a, sort of biological.
Is that the only assistance?
That's the only assistance we've done so far. We have offered the full range of our assistance to the Secret Service if they want to use us for that purpose. But beyond that, I would refer you to the Secret Service.
Is that offer's been denied? Is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't say that. We've offered it to the Secret Service, but beyond that, I would refer to them.
In October of 2020, when Facebook asked the FBI, is the Biden laptop story Russian disinformation? The FBI's answer was no comment. Who gave that answer?
And before you answer, sir, if I might just interject the fact that we agreed that I would have 2 questions and you would have 2 questions.
I think I said a couple questions.
Yeah, and you've asked a couple.
In fact, I don't think, I know I
several
said a couple questions, but I gave you 5 minutes, so.
But I'll.
Do you want another question?
No, I want us to conclude this hearing, and I
And
respect
we will be
your
done in
prerogative
2
as
minutes
the
and
chair.
10 seconds.
Thank you.
And we appreciate that, and we obviously appreciate the director being here. In October 2020, when Facebook asked FBI, is the Biden laptop story Russian disinformation? The FBI's response was no comment. Do you know who gave that response?
I did not.
The court knew, and the court said it was Laura Demlow. Do you know who Laura Demlow is?
I do know who Laura Demlow is.
And what does she do?
Laura Demlow is an agent in our counterintelligence division, and she currently works with the Foreign Influence Task Force.
Doesn't she head the Foreign Influence Task Force?
I think she leads it, yeah.
She leads the Foreign Influence Task Force. Did you tell her to give that comment?
Did I what now?
Did you instruct anyone, when Facebook asked, did you instruct them to give the no comment?
I don't remember giving any instruction along those lines, although I should say I'm not sure whether Laura Demlow was in that role at the time frame that you described, but
Again, the court in Louisiana said she was, and said when Facebook asked her specifically, she said no comment. And this is the Foreign Influence Task Force leader, Foreign Influence Task Force that you created as director of the FBI, correct? Oh, that's correct. You created the Foreign Influence Task Force.
I did create the Foreign Influence Task Force.
Yeah, you put that together, and she heads it up. Okay. How did you become aware of the Catholic memo? The one in Richmond that we've talked about a couple times today.
As I recall, in one of my regular morning meetings, I learned that there was this product, and that was the same day that I ordered that it be removed.
Was that before or after it was already in the press?
That I can't tell you. My guess is it was probably around the same time, but I don't know.
Did you learn about it? Did the people who brought it up to you, did they learn about it from the press, or was it some internal communication?
I can't speak to how they learned about it. I just know that I was told about it by them, and we had a conversation about immediately taking steps that we then did.
We appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay, Director, we appreciate your time today. I know it's been a long day. We already had the unanimous consent from Mr. Gates, so the committee is adjourned.